Is it working now? Now it's working. Oh my God. So I wonder if I'm like dual streaming right now. Okay. It's working now. What the frick, dude? Oh my God. Well, I don't know. At some point, yeah. Look who's alive. So I messed up and I started a stream. Can you hear me, by the way? Oh man, it's gonna suck if you can't hear me still. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Because I started a stream and I didn't have the audio right, and I had like everybody was in the chat, and I don't know how to tell them. I don't care if you have caps on. And it sucks because I don't even know how to get back to where I was because I was in my settings trying to change stuff. And it sucks because I was trying to figure out how to. Yay, there we go. I don't know where Rooster and Juliebug are and Nanette. They were trying. Oh man. This is crazy. I'm not trying to. It sucks when I'm just sitting here listening to myself talk, but whatever. I guess we'll figure it out. Until I want to get yeah, I don't know if it is because I might even be dual streaming for all I know right now, and they might be waiting on me. And I'm kind of, oh man, this is why people have people that help them do this stuff because, oh man, like I don't even know. Yeah, the other one is like, the other one's like glitching out. I think. Oh no, they're gone. Whatever. Oh my God. See, it's still going. Like, how do I. Oh, man. Wow. So, anyway, I want to get. Skavorsky! I want to get. I want to get Streamla or StreamYard or whatever it is going. And then I was looking up the directions. And, oh my God. It was like 8 million. Are you for real? Can you not hear me? Still? I feel like you're messing with me. Because. What? What do you mean? Leave and come back in because other people hear me. Yeah. Thanks, Truth. I'm gonna need help with that because there was way too much. No, I can't. No, my mic is fine. Everybody can hear me because it was working on the. It wasn't working before. We can. Yeah, everybody can hear me. Yeah, you had it muted. I wonder if you guys had it muted before. Nah, you didn't have it muted before. Where's Nanette and Julie Bug? I should tell her to come over. But anyway, what I was trying to say is I want to get you know, that going so that way I'm not just sitting here listening to myself talk. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably end up making this video private or take it down or something after this anyway, because I didn't really want to come and, whatever. But I do have to say that, yeah, I'm not gonna do it myself, but I did get up at one point and walked away, because, I mean, I'm not gonna get myself in trouble. But you can basically hear it in the background because my TV's on, so I'm just gonna turn it back down again. But I can't tell you how many times I got up and was walking around and I was like, oh my god, like I'm like the is crazy. I mean, I feel bad. I mean, he's probably. I like what Alex had asked him when he asked him if he if he thinks he was, on the spectrum or something like that. It kind of took me off guard a little bit the way he asked him, but I still, I kind of am glad he did, just because I think a lot of people have been wanting to ask that guy certain questions, and unfortunately, he has the tendency to, talk and just go on and on and on about something, which, I mean, whatever, I can go on about stuff too, but, oh my goodness. My cousin, look at that. My cousin is watching right now. Like, he lives in Louisiana and he just sent me a screenshot of me on TV. Oh my god. Ah, Lane, sorry if you're watching right now. Hopefully you're not watching for too long, cuz I love you too, man. Wow, that's really cool. It was not supposed to be on purpose. Just hanging out with some friends right now, I guess, from YouTube channel, YouTube chats and stuff, because I've been watching a lot of different things, and yeah, I'm on the big screen apparently. That's crazy. That's totally crazy. I got my Apple Watch, and I mean, he can't. Yeah, well, anyway, he literally messaged me, and yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up now about that. Um, oh, this is interesting, to say the least. I really just I guess what I'm gonna say is that I have a really hard time trying to really understand what he's talking about. To be honest with you guys, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. It's just I'm trying really hard not to say a lot too. Sorry, because now I'm self conscious about it myself. But the the cipher, or whatever you call it, the word search, I don't even know what it's called. Like, whatever it's called, all these letters and all these things, it just doesn't. I'm not even really going to talk that much about it, because I don't think you guys want to hear about it, to be honest with you. Pretty sure you don't. It's thanks. JB was in my last stream, so I figured she would have just popped over to this one, but maybe her brain's hurting too much, or maybe she had to just go make another drink or something, because I'm not kidding. I do have a headache right now from trying to like, do you guys think I'm mean if I say that I kind of have the feeling that he might really believe what he's saying, and really has, like, delved into whatever he's talking about, but um the the graphic nature, when he's like, sorry, but I'm gonna have to say these things. It's almost kind of like almost like a shock and awe kind of, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too critical, but I just I can't follow along with anything, to be honest with you. Can't follow along with it, and I don't really know what he's talking about at all. Don't really know how it ties into anything, like, I just don't, and oh man, I guess I'm just gonna have to make. Man, my eyes are so bad too. Trying to read what you guys are saying. How, in, when? Yeah, right. Um, sorry. There he goes. What was it? Alex left already too. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he dipped out. Everybody else is on the panel, but Alex left, or Alex is smoking a cigarette. One of the two. But I did like how he brought up the whatever visit it was that he said happened in April, and then Alex was like, is there any chance it could have been, you know, referring to Mab, basically, because he was one of the people that went to go check out his apartment. I thought that was great, but he's so adamant that it wasn't Mab, and I don't know. I can't even say really what I would love to say, which is I feel like any of us could just sit here and make something up, and I don't know. Thinks blood was leaking back. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little bit I pay attention to what people say, and at some point in the beginning when he said, and it isn't even as complicated as this guy's code. One letter can be twice. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And if this was what is this? What's the burger thing anyway? Like, what's that ad for? What is that? Like, you can't make me believe that that's some kind of secret society thing or something. I don't know. I mean, even, Jen was kind of trying to ask. Alex was trying to ask in a way, but it was kind of literally just like, can you help us connect the dots, please? Like, where are we? Hey, Kim, how you doing? Like, where are we going? And you know what? If Richard was to come in here right now, even, he would have to message Truth and help figure out how to whatever, but I'm pretty sure I'd lose a bunch of you guys pretty quick too, because all y'all's brains are probably already hurting, and it's kind of like, ugh, like, I don't know. Where does all of this connect? Why, Sudoku or whatever it's called about Nancy, I guess. It's just, yeah. Add me as a mod while we're live, and whoever else you want. How do I do that? You gotta tell me how to. Literally, Truth, you gotta tell me how to do everything. Cause, oh, Doug, you're in here too? Sikorsky, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, Doug, please tell us about him, cause we're very lost, and I didn't mean, I'm not, I wasn't necessarily trying to take anybody away by any means. If anybody wants to go back and watch Patriot Pride, be my guest. Those guys are awesome. I love Adam and Mike. I wasn't taking away, and I'll probably go and watch a little bit more later on or something. I merely came in here. Juliebug, I'm glad you're here. I merely opened up this stream tonight to kind of play around, because me and Truth have been talking about, getting myself going live and stuff. And then, while I was in the chat, my crew, we were talking about just kind of coming over and hanging anyway. This is what I've been wanting to do for a while, but I do wish there was a way for you guys to just like call in or something right now or be up on, you know. Yeah, would bring some of the people over here. I mean, even Justine, would probably come over too if she's not already going to sleep. But I don't even have, like, I haven't started. I've been on StreamYards, but I haven't made a actual account. You know what I mean? Um, like I really wish there was a. He's picking his nose right now. Who's picking his nose? Not me. Who's picking their nose? What are you talking about? No, Nanette, I don't see you. What do you mean? You got to put your change your thing to live chat or something. That's weird if you don't see each other. As I see, I wish I could explain, have answers, also have others, including. You guys are probably going to see my eyes go wonky because I'm like reading the chat. I'm having to like close one of my eyes while I do it because otherwise I look cross-eyed right now. I'm in waiting for Alex. Yes, we gotta get you on panel. Yeah, like so. How do I? How could I respond to Nanette if I didn't see her? Are you messing with me now? Is everybody messing with me? Okay, I'm gonna help her get StreamYards going, so y'all calling on a panel. Yeah, for real. I need that, and I also need to figure out how to make people mods. Is that like Blair Witch stuff, Julie? Those symbols you got? That's what it looks like. You brought up Boston Strangler because of. Yeah, I am still going to use OBS. I think it just to, for me to get going, baby steps right now. I don't know. I don't even know how to use OBS. You're right. For now, I don't need mods, but she's like, she's pretty much gonna. I can't Sikorsky see me. I can see you, Nanette. I don't know why. For some reason, I was just. There was something I was gonna say. Oh, uh, Nanette, the other day when you commented on my short or my video I made, and then it was funny because me and Inner Strength, like I have her, we talk on like cell phone and stuff, and so like she'll like text me sometimes, and man, eyes are messing with me. She'll text me sometimes in private, and me and her were talking about something. Hold on, you guys, slow down. And anyway, I looked at your comment in it and I was like, I didn't understand what the heck you were talking about. Yeah, I know, it was so funny. And then she said, she was the one that suggested that. She was like, I bet you her microphone was still recording something she was watching or something like that. Oh my god, it was so funny. And then when you said that, yeah, you know me, Truth Warrior, I do my homework. Not me, but any name, LOL. What? Start what, Rooster? She was looking. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong person. I see her too. You don't need pawns. Am I missing anything here? My phone fucked up. Where'd she go? Did she go to do something? Oh, okay, that works too. I didn't know what she was using right now. I'm not using anything. I'm literally just using YouTube. I've used, I think I've like like a long time ago when I tried to do like a you know, I don't know, I tried to do a stream one time and I was out and, you know, walking around, and I think I was trying. Patrick also went live at the moment. Oh, okay. Patrick, is he, I think I added him recently. He was him and somebody else were, maybe I just grabbed 2 brews. There you go. Saw he was on too. I was too. Again, I don't like, anybody is welcome to do whatever they want. No pressure. Eclipse, hi Sikorsky. I subbed up a couple weeks ago when you were on Cap and Kevin. Hey, how you doing? I'm so glad you're here. Just literally hanging out, testing things out. Don't even have anything really going. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not gonna get, like I said, worst case scenario, I'll just have to private this video later, or, you know, whatever. I don't care. Just don't be, just don't get in, just don't get in a fight. You know. Be right back. I gotta run into the house before the rain starts worse. Oh dang, you're outside. So was anybody watching the stream that he was talking about when he referred to, or when it was Jen's stream. It was Thornbridge. I was watching her stream last night, and there was a person that came in and said they were his brother. And I've been in other streams, and that person's been in other streams. And Adam was the one that said he was trying to be polite and tell Jen, like, you know, but she was talking to the person, and the person kept steering it. So if somebody was to ever come in here and tell me something, like I'm Michael Jackson, you know, or whatever, I'm probably not going to really pay attention to it, because I'd rather you just like email me off stream and tell me you're Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? Yeah. His name was Alan, right? And then what's his face tonight said Alan, his brother's name is Michael. So yeah, I don't know. I just, when someone says they don't want attention, but they're coming in saying a bunch of crazy stuff, I think that's kind of like the opposite of that, right? Oh my Lord. I don't know how cross-eyed I am right now. This is probably, what are you guys doing? Boxing gloves, duh. Oh my God. Put on darn gloves right now. Oh, okay. Do I think he has nothing to do? What do you mean? I think that Richard has nothing to do with the troll person, or do I think that he has nothing to do with like the Guthrie case? Nothing to do with the troll person? That's actually a good kind of, I don't want to sound mean, but it's totally feasible to say that somebody could create a whole bunch of characters. You know what I mean? I thought the orange show was about people asking him questions. I just got a message from Inner Strength, and she said I thought the show was about people asking him questions. That's exactly. I think Adam tried to do like an AMA kind of, or Q&A thing, but I honestly believe that when he gets going, you know, a certain way, like he does. Sorry guys, I'm on live now. I think he just tends to, he tends to just keep going, and he controls like his own narrative and his own, I don't know. I mean, the guy, he's very intelligent. I'll give him that. And he's probably got some form of, either, like he says he's got CPTSD, or, you know, some form of mental illness, maybe even, you know, that he's, but it's also not too far-fetched to think that he could also be creating all of this because he wants to, because it's engaging. He's got something to do, you know, or maybe not. Maybe he's just a, you know, somebody who's got a lot of time on their hands because, you know, maybe maybe everything he says is true. I don't know. I personally, it's way too over my head though. I can't, I just can't grasp. I can't follow it. I can't digest it. You know, I love Justine's stuff. It's like over my head too, but I feel like I can actually digest it. You know what I mean? Like she's got whatever visual representations and like all these things to kind of like, even if you don't agree with what she's saying or what Ash is saying, it's still kind of an interesting way of, you know, whereas uh, this whole thing to me is almost kind of like just throwing like noodles on the, you know, it's like spaghetti and seeing if it'll stick kind of thing. Maybe I'm using the wrong analogies. I don't know. Bring it. She isn't scorchy mud, so let's go. Oh man. We're talking about, hey inner strength. We're talking about there's another show tonight, Patriot Pride, you know, they're good friends. They've got, I believe it's Richard Nolan, whatever. I can't remember his exact last name, but he's been on their show a couple times talking about cipher stuff, and we just basically everybody decided that's everybody that's in here right now for the most part, except for maybe one or two people, decided to kind of take a breather or an intermission, if you will. I think that's, you know, a polite way of putting it, because I don't want to say that I'm not trying to take away from the stream at all. Like as a matter of fact, I plan on still going back and watching it, but I want to watch it at my own pace, I guess, just because it's just too much for me right now. Yeah, unstuff the owl. Yeah, could talk about that, couldn't we? Can I talk about that? I don't know. Am I allowed to talk about that, or would I get myself like strikes? You know? Yeah, I didn't. I didn't mean to. Yeah. Oh, that. Yes, exactly. Eclipse. Exactly. It's all. We don't even have to. You know, if nobody wants to talk about it, or I just feel like whatever subject we'll be on. This is another reason why I want to get the darn StreamYard going, because I don't want to be the only one sitting here talking, like, or listening to myself talk. I'm trying to. Yeah, that's right. I don't want to get striked by saying his name. Um, Maybe I'm all over the place. Sorry, because I think somebody asked me who I was talking about, and now I'm talking about something else. So I'm trying to. Yeah. So I used to live in Virginia. I was actually so I was 6 years old when I moved there. My mom was in the Navy. Like I was technically, to be honest with you, I was born in Jacksonville Naval Hospital, and then we were stationed here for a couple years. Then we went to Puerto Rico, stationed there for a little while. Then we went up to Virginia, lived there from the age of like 6 until I was basically like 20, 22, 20, yeah, 22. And then I moved to Louisiana, which is where my mom dipped out and left from Virginia and went to Louisiana, which is her home state. And sorry if I'm talking too much, but you're here watching me, right? Um, Basically, you know, I went to school for a little bit while my mom was in Louisiana, so that I wouldn't be working like minimum wage jobs for the rest of my life. And that didn't really, that was my idea basically. It didn't really matter because I still ended up working minimum wage jobs. But then in 2003, my two best friends in Virginia, while I was living in Louisiana, they were like, hey, we're going to go to Full Sail. Would you... Yeah, we are here. Who's talking? Yeah, in Fredericksburg. That's cool. I'm actually... But anyway, yeah, so I ended up moving over here while they were going to Full Sail. And they went to Full Sail and they did their stuff, and then they left and went back to Virginia, and I didn't have any family up there, and I didn't want to go back to living in Louisiana with my mom at the time. So I stayed here, and I've been stuck here since 2004, basically. Yeah, 2004, 22 years. So, or no, 24 years. See, my math was wrong. Sleuth is on again tonight, huh? Can't put people on panel. I don't know, can I? I can't? Or are you asking me? Hold on a second, because I'll be the next Richard. You could totally be the next. Funny, I'm thinking about moving to Ocala. Oh yeah, I don't know, Julie Bug. I'm trying to figure that out. Somebody's helping me behind the scenes right now. Amongst today. So hold on. Who's talking to me? Hey, there's a chat with us three. Doug said he needed the cipher. Hang on, let me find it. Oh yeah. I want people to see what... No. Sorry, there you go. It's a bug. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Anyway. Sorry if I just disappeared for a second, guys, because I don't even know how this works. Okay. I'm back. So, what I was going to say was, hey, Tori. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you for being here. I totally lost track. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna be moving back up there in the like Chesapeake, Tidewater, Virginia Beach area. But what I was trying to say about the panel stuff, Julie Bug, is that I'm trying to get help with. I guess I need an account. I need to create a StreamYards account. I'm gonna create an OBS account. I mean, for now. Are you saying like do you think that... I don't know if Rooster will ever come up. I feel like it'll be like a like a voice changer thing. It'll be like, when you watch those interviews and they show the person but they're silhouetted and their voice is like this, and they're like, oh, this is Rooster. Like it might be like that. That's kind of how I imagine. I don't talk on the phone like that. You guys are funny. I do want to unstuff the owl, though. That would be great if we could somehow Operation Unstuff the Owl. You know who's missing right now? Sheila. She's like one of my biggest supporters too. Yeah. Doug, we're good. JB is cool. What? You know what case I think would be super interesting? Missy Beavers. That was always really bad. You'd have to send me some stuff so I would know what that is. Eclipse, it's like a inside kind of joke between me and Rooster and Julie Bug, because we all met in another YouTube stream, I don't know. It's been a bit now. And talk to you on the phone. I don't want to talk to you on the phone. Yeah. I don't see, here's the thing is anyway, sorry, I keep getting off the subject or what I'm answering people. Anyway, it was a stream that we were on, and the person had a stuffed animal. It was an owl, and so that's what we call it, unstuff the owl, Operation Unstuff the Owl, because they're just bad news. They're not really good to get into right now. But anyway, I don't like whenever I have done the panels and stuff, which I like doing, I like hanging out. I mean, I really like doing this too, but I really wish that that I had like each one of you guys on your own little, you know what I mean? You're like your own boxes, and we could all just be talking right now, even if people didn't want to be on camera, because it's easier for me. Like, I don't like when I do the call in thing. It's weird to me because it's like, first of all, number one, I always have to turn, like the TV way down, and yeah, I don't know. It's just awkward. You feel like you're completely isolated from everybody else. What do you mean? Oh yeah, don't. You better not. All night. You're not when you come in. Oh, eating Snickers. Okay. Uh, mm, the Unstuffed Owls channel and wow. Yeah, yeah, no. Sikorsky, can I give you my thoughts on? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me. I would love to know what you think. Uh, yeah, and honestly, I'm not even joking, Julie Bug. Like, I really do think, like, even though we none of us really know each other, you know what I mean? I seriously do think that Rooster did put that effort. I mean, because I got yelled at for going in there and trying to get your attention, and I was unfortunately was telling you to go to the wrong. I was in the wrong chat when I was doing that. I was in like two different chat windows were open at that time, and then I kept going back in there and trying to get your attention. And of course, he yelled at me. He's like, "Why are you taking?" And it was just like, I mean, it was just weird. Yeah, that's all I can say about that. It was definitely weird, and I appreciate the being convinced otherwise myself, because that's exactly the type of behavior that I don't really want to associate with. So anyway, we have a convenience center where we take trash. It just takes place for locals to dump trash. It gets compacted and take to a regional dump. So you think maybe that's what happened? You're saying, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you're right about that. Um, I mean, personally, I kind of don't even think that she'll ever be recovered. To be honest with you, I think you know, I I don't know. I mean, I know not everything's like the movies and all this stuff, but I mean, just if you just watch stuff like Dexter, that alone, yay, truth, you're back. If you watch stuff like Dexter, I mean, there's definitely ways to get rid of people. You know, I don't think I want to turn this channel into one of those, like, teach people how to get away with crimes and stuff. But I'm sorry, guys, if I sound like, oh man, there's about 1,800 people still watching. So that makes me feel good, because that means that I didn't steal that many people. Um, oh, the Unstuff the Owl guy. Yeah, he definitely yelled at me. And I will say, a big black contractor bag, toss it in days, and I agree. She'll never get found because of lack of miss. Yeah, I mean, it's all quite possible. Yeah, inner strength. I'll tell you. I'll message you. You can go look at them yourself because I don't want to get striked. It's nobody that anybody in here watches. I can guarantee you that. Um, but yeah, I'll tell you I'll tell you in Discord or whatever. Yeah, it's what I was gonna say was though is I did realize that I had to go physically into my subscription stuff, and because I thought I had turned that off. Travel Virginia around mountains. She wasn't dropped off of a mountain. Yeah, no, she wasn't. She wasn't dropped off a mountain. I talk on someone's panel someday, maybe to be. They seem to like my ideas instead of shutting them down and discrediting everything I say. Yeah, seriously, Doug, I would love to have you come on because I see you in different chats all the time, and you've got a lot of pretty interesting stuff to say, man. Like for real, I dig it a lot. I wouldn't mind talking about other things too, or other cases, or things in pop culture that are kind of interesting, I guess. Uh, but now I'm trying to remember. Yeah, country time lemonade and honey for your throat. Yeah, I know. I need to get some powder for it. That is either. Oh, so yeah. So back to what I was saying. I'm like a yay fat Rito. Thank you so much for being here, man. Um, so I have to kind of say too. I know I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but he did a song called the Easter song, and it was. You guys remember when Savannah Guthrie read or she said something on Easter, like she had this whole thing that she said. Anyway, Fat Rito took exactly everything word for word, and he put it and turned it into like a hip hop track in a way. It's like if anybody has ever listened to Nas or like Illmatic, anything that's like really good from the late '90s, early 2000s. This is like one of the coolest things I've ever heard. Like it could easily be on the radio, like or Spotify, whatever. It could be anywhere, and people would totally dig it because it's like it's I don't know. You got to check it out. Find him on X and YouTube and stuff, and I'm sure you'll be able to hear it. Also, I thank you for everything you did for me too. Like I really appreciate it. Redoing that song for my mom and stuff. Nah, I can't do that. There's no way I'm gonna play that song right now. No offense to anybody, but I don't. Uh, yeah, he cut and pasted the transcript, and it turned out amazing. Truth, you got to listen to it if you haven't already too. Um, I know it is right. It is all my favorite people in this chat so far. There's like a couple people missing, but that's all right. I'm happy with that. You know. Uh, I was just so excited, Skorsky. Yeah, thanks, Doug. I've been talking about this for a bit, and I didn't realize that it wasn't as complicated as I thought it would be. I mean, it's a little bit more because of the fact that I still don't have StreamYard set up yet. But here's the thing: I'm off tomorrow, or today rather, and at some point, I mean, if there was a way to get it going right now, even I would. If I had to do whatever I had to do off the screen or new subscribe 857. Oh my gosh. What are you doing, man? You're in here? You're hanging out? Oh shit. It's 857. This is like the official test run launch. You're part of the beta crew, basically, because I haven't even set up my StreamYard yet, man. I'm trying to get a little bit more tech savvy at all this stuff so I can start, you know. Oh God, yeah, yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I think it's. Uh, I don't know. It's not trying to make excuses, but I'm like 45 years old, and why not? You know, I'm. It's the closest thing I can get to jumping off of doing a base jump or something. Doing things that are completely out of my comfort zone. I've never been a public speaker, and you know, none of that. Exactly. Time is all we got, man. So you might as well make the best of it, or just go for it. If people don't like it, there's plenty of other things that you can go do. You don't have to. Yeah, seriously. Nobody has to stay around. Nobody has to. You know, feel like any kind of guilt or whatever about being here. Literally, when I went on earlier this afternoon, I picked a. I just decided I was gonna do it just to mess around because yeah, inner strength. It's all right. You don't need to know. I'll tell you later. Um, but I basically just wanted to go on because I knew that there wasn't really much going on at the time, and I wasn't gonna bother anybody, and was trying to just kind of get the ropes of things and learning whatever. But that would ended up kind of being a mistake in a way. What? Silence of the Lambs. You know what? You know what it is? It's a stupid bed frame that I was going on about the other night in Pretty Little Clues channel, and I think it was like Gigi and Army Vet were basically telling me, don't even stress about taking it apart. Like just leave it. Just tell the landlord that I'm leaving the apartment furnished, when really that is not the case. But to be honest with you, it's like a million, like an Allen screws. You know what I mean? I'm not hiding anybody in here. Trust me. And it's not bunk beds. To be honest with you, what it is it's. Oh, okay, I gotta go this way. See that behind me where see my reflections all messed up. Okay, where that is. That's a desk. The top part is the bed. Yeah, loft bed. And it's really like, it was a cool concept when I first moved in, but I got so tired of like the space in between the wall and that ladder over there. Yeah, that going over there and turning sideways. I know. I need a what do you call it? I need a hot toddy. That's what I need. Yeah, I'm little, but I'm like old and crickety, and my bones are like crickety crunchy. And anyway, I got tired of climbing up the freaking the ladder and stuff, and so I got, oh my God, D, you're here. Wow. Now I don't know what to do with myself. Now I feel all hot and bothered. I'm just kidding. I had to take where's Blue Cat at? I mean, where's Blue Cat? He's usually right behind you. Anyway, I had to take the mattress off the top of that part, and I just basically put it on the floor, and then I bought like an extra like memory foam topper thing and put it on there, because my back was just like toast basically. And then this is like it's just like a gamer chair basically. Like I'm sitting on the floor right now. You know, my oh, man. Um, that's pretty much. I would give it away too if somebody wants it. Anybody. I was thinking about just putting it on like a thing on Facebook or something. And just telling somebody, hey, if you want it, you got to come take it apart though, because I sure as heck, I'm not even joking. My friend Sarah, who's the same size as me, we both put that thing together when I first moved in, which was like over like a year and a half ago or so. And holy crap, it took us 3 hours to put it together. And I'm not an idiot, guys. Okay, and she's not an idiot either. It just literally, it's one of those things that like a grown man would be cussing and throwing crap around. Like, why did you buy this? This is stupid. It's 80,000 freaking screws, and they got to go this way and that way, and things don't fit exactly, and you got to hold something at the same time the other person's holding it up at the same time. It's just stupid. It's the stupidest bed ever, you but I feel bad because I don't like to do things that are, like, even I think I even said like, well, maybe I'll just tape a $20 bill, on the bed frame. That way, you know I won't feel so bad when the maintenance guy comes in and he's like, ugh. And somebody's gonna have to take it apart. So I seriously doubt whoever moves in after me. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's why you don't go to IKEA. I didn't actually, you know what? I didn't even get it from IKEA. I got it from like Walmart, and when it got delivered, it was in a really long, tall, like a box. Like, God, I hate this freaking camera crap. Can't even show you guys. Anyway, whatever. Everything's backwards. I can't figure it out. It was basically the same width as a door, a door. And but it was like a little bit longer than the actual bed. And the people that delivered it, I mean, the thing, at one point I remember I went to go lean it up against the wall by myself, and it like almost fell over on me. Like yeah, taking it apart sucks. But like I said, anyway, I got this from yeah, exactly. You need wine to, like, you need like a drink, a plan for afterwards. Are we going to go out to eat later? That kind of thing. That's pretty much what, to be honest with you, that's what we did too. Inspired. We ended up like having a couple of drinks, and then, and I was like, oh, my stomach. And then I laid on the floor while she finished those stupid crossbeam things, all those things. Oh my God. It was break. What do you mean break? Look forward to all the stories. Oh yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. What does that mean? I always break. Oh, I see. You always break IKEA furniture so you don't buy it. Yeah. um. I got it off of It was either off of Amazon or like Walmart.com though. It was one of the two, and it was so stupid cheap. It was like 120 bucks or something like that. And now I don't even like even my bed, the actual bed. I'm gonna have to. Yep, that is yeah, okay. Anyway, I I don't know. You guys are gonna have to help me, I guess, a little bit here. If anybody wants me to, you know, truth. I've been trying to read what you were saying too. Yeah, typos. I see that. Like I don't know. Uh, I'm assuming that. Yeah, you know what's funny though, truth. When I did say that I was gonna, when I was gonna put the $20 bill on the bed frame, Army vet was like, "You're being too nice. Just, just, just leave it. Who cares?" You know. And I was like, I get it, you know, but I, to be honest with you, I actually know I feel bad for the maintenance guy that has to deal with the neighbors here and stuff, you know. My neighbor upstairs, who's can probably hear me right now. I don't even care, but he's a smoker, and he has a bad habit of lighting up in his house and then walking outside with it. So you smell it, and I used to be a smoker, a regular, cigarette smoker, so I don't, whatever, I don't really care, but it's just weird because where I live, there's so many dead leaves all over the ground, and this house is like over 100 years old, you know. So, and every time I go outside, it's like millions of cigarette butts all over the ground. So, I don't know. Hopefully it gets that figured out. I'm moving to Virginia, Kim, like in the Chesapeake, Virginia Beach kind of area. Um, so what I was saying though was, yeah, me neither. Even when I was a smoker, I didn't. You know what? He's banging around upstairs right now too, so I almost think he might have actually. Oh, he's just turning his AC on. Who cares? I mean, me too. I partake in East Side, no, Virginia East Side, not Virginia Mountain Mama. Yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna be on the as close to the beach as I can without actually living in the beach. So what I was trying to say though earlier, truth, was like I guess there's no way in getting it going now, really, right? There's no way to. I guess I would have to wait till after the stream, then set up a StreamYard account, and then, you know what I mean? Or somebody else that has a YouTube. Hey Pamela, how are you doing? It's good to see you in my chat. Um, don't leave them on the ground. Yeah, I just, you know, a big part of it too. I'm not even trying to be all like mighty or whatever, but a big reason on why I don't just, or why I didn't just flick them was because, there's been a lot of times where, like even here in Florida, even though it rains a lot, there's still times where you're going through like, a dry drought, whatever kind of season thing. And even with the whole change, because I know some of you out there that smoke cigarettes know that they did, supposedly change them to make them go out quicker. I think it is like fire safety, whatever. Like if you look at the cigarettes nowadays, they have like those initials on them. I think it's FSC or something like that. And I definitely noticed, because I was still smoking cigarettes before they ended up doing that. And you could tell because you'd be smoking your cigarette and it would go out. If you weren't constantly puffing on it, it would go out. And it used to piss me off because I'd have to keep pulling my lighter out. And, because I wasn't always one of those people that was just constantly puffing on it. But it's just flicking it out. Number one, I've always been worried about not even trying to get brownie points with Rooster or anything, but I've always been worried about flicking it out and it hitting somebody who's on a motorcycle in the face, or landing on a bunch of dead leaves and catching fire. Yeah, Camel non-filters. That's hardcore. That's like some Lucky Strikes. Um, and then also it just sucks. It's like it's not biodegradable unless you're you know smoking filterless cigarettes, because those filters are just, they're like fiberglass and whatever the heck they're made out of. You know, uh, I've been hit by rocks and bugs. Yeah, well, still, I mean, my mom, before I was born, she rode a, you know, yeah. My mom, she rode a Triumph, I guess, I think is what it was called, Triumph motorcycle. It was like a, I don't know, it was in like like right before I was born. Like her and my uh, father and a couple of her other Navy buddies would get together and they would ride around, um, like Jacksonville, and sometimes they would ride down to Daytona together. Of course, she stopped riding a motorcycle though, um, when she got pregnant with me. A bunch of things, I guess, that my mom decided to stop doing when she got pregnant with me. But riding a motorcycle was one of them. But I remember she used to joke around with me when I was like younger, and she told me that, she never had a helmet with a face mask. She said that she used to just carry floss on her. And I was like, ew, it's gross. Like, as she was joking, obviously. At least I hope she was joking, because that's pretty gross. But, um, but I mean, because the love bugs and you know, I don't know. The only thing I remember my mom ever saying about riding a motorcycle was that she did get hit in the face with like a dragonfly, and she said that was pretty painful. You know, get like getting whipped basically across the face. But yeah, and I know, like, I don't know what it's like still. When I lived in Louisiana, they have a no helmet law over there. Um, I'm pretty sure Florida changed. I think they're definitely a helmet law state. And if they're not, then I know the person on the back definitely has to have one. But no, no. A rooster? Rooster, yeah, he definitely rides. Uh, yeah, if I, what's funny is for a long time I was actually kind of like, like I wanted to ride a motorcycle just cause it's cool, and all this stuff. But I live in Orlando, and people just, I know you could say this about a lot of places, but really, it's bad. Orlando's bad. The drivers are bad. Traffic is bad. The interstate here is I-4 is one of the most deadliest interstates in the entire country, and look it up. Um, and it just, I don't even want to talk about it because it's bad juju to me. But you know, I just, if I was to ever ride a motorcycle, it would not be in this state. It would be, somewhere like out in the country, or, something. I know stuff can still happen, but at least there's less chance, of having to worry about all the other numbnuts that are, on the road and not looking out for the people on bikes, because it's, say what you want. There is definitely different types of people that ride bikes. Like, I think so, but there's also people that are kind of oblivious in their own world sometimes too, in cars, and don't like know how to share the road safely. They're not really paying attention, and so it makes me really nervous. I don't really like to be around that. So anyway, I guess if Justine was here, that she would say something along the lines of like the squirrel jar. I need to donate money to, you know, yeah, exactly. Like some for like that inner strength, or like Montana, something with like an open road where you can just really hit the, you know, freaking Born to Be Wild song, and really get it cranking and not have to worry about cliche song, whatever, but you know what I mean. Can't do it around here. That's for sure. Hey, Jenny, how you doing? I seen you around today. Yeah. That was horrible. I was in my truck, so I blocked traffic. Yeah. So like the reason why my mom told me the story that she stopped riding, what made her really be like, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore when she got pregnant with me, was because she had seen a guy. Oh no. She'd seen a guy that had rode his motorcycle directly into the back of a semi truck, and he was still in the like sitting, like, you know what I mean, like he was holding on to the handlebars still in that position and hadn't even really moved or anything. So yeah, that sucks. um so that kind of gave her like, you know bad vibes. It's like really creepy here sometimes when it's like super quiet and I can like hear like my neighbors like creaking around, and you can hear the wood creaking and stuff. And yeah, I did just like totally kill a bug that was crawling on my floor just a second ago too. Thank God, not a roach. Because yeah, I don't not dealing with that. If that was the case, I probably would have shut my laptop and the stream you would have heard me scream, and I would have been like, all right, I'm out, done. You know, I am not even joking, guys. Like, do what you guys want, but I gotta commend Juice for hanging in there, because he's still, Jen's on too, but from Thornbridge, but I gotta commend Juice for hanging in there, because he hasn't really said a whole lot, and he's just, I think honestly, for me to focus like that, I probably would have turned my camera off just so people wouldn't think I was, not paying attention or falling asleep or something like that. And Juice is like engaged and really watching. I've been dragging too. I've been putting off, I've been slacking, procrastinating, not cleaning up my apartment, like not like cleaning it up, but like, packing it up basically. you know, 2 hours is nothing. What do you mean? 2 hours? What you talking about? It's like, oh, you're talking to Rooster. You're doing great. I'm glad you want life. I really appreciate it. All right, saving my sand. Are you leaving right now? Is that what's happening, Rooster? If you are, it's fine. You were the one that okay. You were the one that was like, I don't know. I was watching you guys go back and forth in the chat, and to be honest with you, it sucks how I'm not going to name any names, but you guys know who I'm talking about, and I really don't want to drop names in here about it, but I think that it gets hard to be able to just talk amongst each other sometimes, like, because even Rooster had made a comment like, he didn't realize that I was telling him that I don't think we'll be able to talk because I won't have the StreamYard ready. So you might just have to rely on our comments. And I was talking about in here, and he thought that I was talking about in Patriot Pride's comments in their chat. He was like, I don't want to get in trouble for not paying attention in class, basically, not paying attention. And, I could understand, if it was, if I had a channel going on and nobody was paying attention and everybody was just talking to themselves and they were trolling me or something, that would suck. At the same time, I wouldn't really care that much, I guess, but there's some of the people that have that, modding position, it gets a little bit weird and they get a little click happy if you don't, if you know what I mean. Because there was a couple people that were getting, their their comments were getting deleted and they didn't even really say anything. And then I'm laughing because I'm looking at Julie, who's saying stuff like not saying anything bad, but some of your little one-liners here and there, man, were making me just crack up because I knew, like, at some point, I think Rooster was like, okay, let's all let's behave here, LOL, Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. There's a certain one that I thought they were coming. When I found out they were back, I thought maybe things would be different, but and if you think for 1 second that they're not reading your comments, you are out your mind, because even when I just try to say things to you guys, I was getting, like, so that's why I think sometimes it's, like times like right now. Like I said, what they used to have back in the day, like you could call up your friends and have like a 3-way conversation, on the phone, or we go into the freaking dial-ups and AOL and instant messenger and all those different, oh man, you remember those chat rooms? That was like what people did back in those days. They like intentionally would, hey, watch this, watch how fast I can roll up in this room and just wreak havoc. Like everybody's in there talking about how much they love Guns N' Roses, and then you run in the room and you're like, Def Leppard is the shit, and then you just dip out real fast. Everybody gets so pissed. They'd be like, who is that? Get out of here. We're talking about Guns N' Roses, not Def Leppard. It's just like, man, this power trippy. Like, I don't want that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having like you have the dreaded dial-up sound. I wouldn't mind having like, eventually people that handle that kind of stuff for me, or make sure that people aren't getting bullied or something. But, because I don't want, well, first of all, I don't ever want the same amount of viewers that certain people have, because it's, in my opinion, it's too much. I'm not. That's why it's nice to be. It's nice to go from having like 11 people that are kind of watching to see what you're gonna do next, and then to it slowly kind of growing a little bit to where I'm at, like, I don't know, 130 something or 30. I don't even know, because it fluctuates every once in a while anyway. Some people are like meh, they unsubscribe, and some people are like, hey, I'll subscribe to you because maybe it's pity. I have no idea. I don't care, as long as I'm staying true to myself, and other people are getting some out of it, getting entertained by it, or when I can eventually my lord, that's why people say my Lanta. When I can eventually you know get everything going to where I've got so and so calling in on a panel or whatever you want to call it. Sorry guys, I was keep hearing some. So hopefully it's my neighbors, moving around upstairs, or otherwise it's a really big rodent, maybe. Not scared. Just picking my feet up. I need to look up my old roomie Todd. He was in a rock 90s band called Age of Electric. Now he's mostly on a tour with Slash. Speaking of Guns N' Roses. No. It's not Storm. The thing is the guy that lives directly next to me, like we share, like our wall is like the drywall, like it's super super thin, and so I mean I can hear him when he's changing his trash bag, in his kitchen. So I'm pretty sure he could probably hear me too right now. Eddie Van Halen son, his band, Wolfgang Van Halen, his band that he has called Mammoth. My really really good, everybody could sit here and say, oh, my best friend or whatever. No, the guy is literally like he's like my little brother. Basically, he calls me his sister because he doesn't have any older sisters. He's only got like younger sisters. And when I worked at Sam Ash Music and I was the drum department manager, he actually worked for me. It's one of my employees, and he lived with me for a little while, as a matter of fact, too. And his name's Garrett Whitlock, and he is the drummer for Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth. And he used to play for Tremonti, the guitar player guy from Alter Bridge and Creed. And he also used to be the drummer for a band called Submersed. But really, really nice guy. Really awesome dude. You should check him out if you're into that kind of stuff, or if you like drummers at all. That's my soft spot. But I did get to meet Eddie Van Halen before he passed away, because I got to go to one of Wolfie's shows, and I got to hang out with Wolfgang before he was even old enough to drink. He was like 19 years old when I first met him. He was a really, really, really sweet guy, like a really nice guy. Yeah. But yeah, Garrett Whitlock is his name. I mean, he's the type of, he's still humble. He's a very humble person. Like I still, like I texted him the other day, letting him know that I was going to be finally moving out of Florida, and he was like, "Oh man, I'm going on tour, leaving around the 10th, and let me know when you get up to Virginia next time that we pass through that way on tour." He was gonna hook me up with, like some passes, or just, we'll hang out. But what are you saying, Julie? You got kicked out, Julie? Like one of your comments or something? Or they timed you out? That's crazy. I mean, I lost some people anyway. Mammoth is playing here tomorrow. How funny is that? Yeah, that is pretty awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, like if you wanna see something cool, look up Tremonti All I Was. There's like a video. You Waste Your Time. Sorry, I had to like play the song in my head real quick. It's called Tremonti You Waste Your Time. The video is on YouTube, and my friend is the one playing the drums in that video, and he's not with that band anymore, but he's, like I said, he plays the drums for Wolfgang. Wolfgang picked him to be his drummer because when Tremonti first went on tour as a solo band, or that Tremonti started, was his side project to Creed. Mark Tremonti's bass player was originally the bass player that was in the band Creed, but the bass player's daughter got sick, and so he couldn't keep going on tour. And so they needed a bass player at the last minute, and they literally called Wolfgang, and he flew from California to New York, went into the studio or their practice space or whatever, learned the songs, and then went to the venue directly afterwards and played the show. And then they went over to Europe, and he did the entire European tour. And so him and Garrett met that way. And when, of course, Wolfgang left Tremonti because he was just filling in for them, he'd started his own thing, was working on his own music and stuff. And even though he recorded all of his stuff himself, for Mammoth, when he went into the studio, he played all the instruments himself. When they played live, of course, he can't do that. So put together a live band, and his choice for drummer was Garrett, which I thought was amazing. It was awesome, and he's kept him as his drummer ever since. And they're like really good friends, and I got a lot of respect for him. And yeah, if anybody here is a Valerie Bertinelli fan at all, like I got to meet her too. She's really sweet, and it's kind of crazy too. Like Wolfgang looks a lot like Valerie Bertinelli. I mean, like they're, he's kind of put on some extra, weightage lately and stuff, but his face, I mean, it's Valerie Bertinelli totally. I personally don't really think he looks anything like his dad, Eddie Van Halen at all. But yeah, they're good people. They're like not, like how sometimes you don't really know about people when they're famous, if they're gonna be like humble, or they're gonna have that kind of like, arrogance about them. And that guy is really cool, actually. He's just like a regular guy. Julie, I am glad that you're even still here. That's all I care about. For sure. The thing about these chats is like I do feel like I almost have to have it like overlaying my screen, or like because I don't know what happens when you know how when you go to do the pop out chat so that you can make it big and just look at it. Like if I was to do that right now, if it would freeze the camera, or like I'm not even caught up either. Now I know how other people feel, and there's only 14 of you guys in here, which is a lot, to be honest with you. What part of Virginia are you moving to? Yeah, sure, I don't mind. I'm moving to Chesapeake for now, until me and my best friend figure out where exactly we're going to move to that'll be undisclosed. So that way the person that she's been dealing with we won't have to deal with them anymore either. Because she's been kind of going through that. And they suck. I don't know what it is with people, whether it's a male or a guy or a woman or whatever, whatever you call yourself, when people just can't let go, and they're too whatever to see that they're causing this toxic, bad situation for the other person. It's really sad, because there's definitely some mental instability there. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got out of there without getting put in timeout or put at the, I mean, the thing is like I said, man, I love Adam, and Mike. I mean, poor Mike, he's either gone to the bathroom or he's left and gone home for the evening, because it's just Adam and Juice, and Jen is still on. Richard's on, of course, but they are off on a completely different, like, to be honest with you, what I really would love is to have uh like Juice or somebody, like Juice and Alex and Jen, come on and talk about it afterwards, but like also feel like they could talk about it without anybody getting like, ooh, I can't believe you said that. Like, yeah, I'm just trying to sit here and crap talk it. I'm just saying, does anybody else understand? Because I don't, and I thought that's what we were gonna have tonight. I thought that there was gonna be a lot more. Okay, explain where does any of this actually make sense, and how does it relate to, I can't share links if I'm not mod, but share your Discord server link so your people can join. You gotta tell me, like, how maybe I did something wrong. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me just ask you. I'll just ask you over here. Bear with me, guys, because I don't even know if you can actually see me right now or not. Yeah, I get shut down, but it doesn't have anything to do with chat. It's only a streamer need to behave. Yeah, so I mean, that's and see, that's the thing is I'm just gonna go ahead and say, like, when I was on Nikki's, I didn't really want to bring it up and make a big deal about it, but I told her, that 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 mod was on her channel modding for her, and I was asking a question, I just wanted to know how many viewers there were, because I was gonna kind of like, I was basically just trying to be Nikki's cheerleader in a way at that moment. And the reason why everything got so blown out of proportion or just so stupid is because I had asked them, I tagged them in the chat to ask them, hey, how many people are watching tonight? And they didn't respond to me right away, which is not a big deal. I don't care. They weren't the first person to respond. The first person to respond to me was actually somebody that I didn't even ask. It was Justine, Pretty Little Clues. She was the one that responded. She was like, oh, this many people are watching. And so I, just being me, was like, okay, cool. And then I just went back to being on the panel and looking at everything on the panel. And then I started looking over to the right and I started seeing, my name getting tagged and like such and such. Did you get that? Did you get that? Did you hear me? Did you, like they were like coming at me like, did you hear what I said? We're telling you how many people were watching. And I was kind of like, yeah, guys, I got it. Thanks. I appreciate it. Like, I was kind of confused. Like, why did you not see that somebody already told me, was my kind of feeling about it. And then, somebody asked again, like, did you hear, why didn't you respond? And I was like, sorry. Like, I didn't, I said something along the lines of, sorry, I'm being lazy or something like that. I don't have the time because I was trying to navigate two different windows or something. And then basically I got lectured by not only that one, but like two other mods who were like little guard dogs that were jumping all over me. And I was like, okay. And I go back to doing what I'm doing. And then it just keeps coming at me. And that's when I was like, okay, I don't know what everybody's problem is, but I thought I was doing something nice and it backfired on me, and then I explained my perspective, and then I'm still getting lectured, and I'm sorry guys. And I think that's why most of us here are like that. I do not handle somebody lecturing me about something that I did wrong over and over and over again, especially when I don't even know you, and it's freaking YouTube. It's like, get over yourself. You could just like tell me, like, don't do that. All right, cool. Have a good time. Have a good day, and just go about my way. You don't need to keep, beating me with your little whip, So I don't know. That's just how I don't. And and the thing that's messed up is we were cool after that. We made niceties, whatever you want to call it. Everything was cool, copacetic. And then the other people have been cool with me too. And then, then tonight it seemed like there was, I don't know. You know what it is, guys? Does anybody here like passive aggressiveness? Because I sure as hell don't. Like when it's coming at you, I know how to dish it out, but yeah. And that's the thing is they're my two other mingle friends, whatever you guys want to be called, Julie and Rooster, I just got so ticked off by it that I decided I was going to bounce out. All right, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And I kept being told, no, don't let this, don't. And it's true. All it takes is for one person to act rotten like that, and it just puts a bad taste in your mouth with, and it just makes you, and that's the thing is I don't ever want that. If anybody's modding for me, it's because they're helping me. I don't want anybody and do you really think that if anybody that I have, like, if like Truth Warrior, Truth doesn't want to sit here and be lecturing people either. She'd rather probably just click a button that just deletes something, or just whatever. Like, I mean, like, for real, like, who wants to do that power trip crap? Like, get out of here, man. I used to hang out and some of these people that have all these other YouTube channels that like these RV streams and these IRL guys, and like I'm talking like some like super vulgar stuff that you would be like blown away, and intentional like spamming in their chat, like that text to speech crap, where you pay for it to say stuff, and they're walking around in public on purpose, trying to embarrass themselves. And even those mods deal with like you know a bunch of stuff, but they're not sitting there getting power trips, you know. So I think on Patriot Pride, he's got some good mods and stuff in his channel, or Adam rather. But I think, like, even for example, even tonight there was a lot of banter that was going on between people that were already in the chat. Not even like people attacking, or I know realistically, yeah, there's probably some people that were kind of saying stuff directed at Richard, a couple of times here and there. But for the most part, even the people that were in his chat tonight, a lot of people were talking amongst themselves, like I was talking to Julie, or Julie was talking to Rooster, or I was talking to Truth, or different stuff like that. And I know for a fact that those guys were like zeroed in on it a lot. There was a lot of times where people's comments were getting pulled that didn't need to get pulled. They're like, had nothing to do with it. And then those people were having to come in and complain to Jim or Madrammer, Jammer, those people, or even Mab, and be like, what happened to my comment? I didn't do anything. I'm not trying to make this guy, whatever, look like a weirdo or anything like that. Because I mean, I don't think he's necessarily, he's no weirder than any of us. He's no weirder than me. I'm like, I'm on, it's 2:10 in the morning, my time in Florida. I'm sitting here talking to myself, kind of. I mean, I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, Julie got kicked out. I mean, like, what is that? Yeah. And that's kind of what I want to do too, is I just want to like just keep it rolling, like obviously this is what I'm talking about right now, but in the future, yeah. Yeah, no, this is something that happened in another chat. And like, I don't know how much he gets a lot of emails, like a lot. Sometimes like even stuff that I've emailed him, I have to remind him to go look at it, or but I don't care about that stuff anymore. I'm like, I think, like stuff happens all the time. Stuff like Nikki handled something on her channel today that was perfect, and I personally, me being me, like that's what I want to make sure of too, because I don't even care. I think that I would, like in her situation, I probably would have just shut my laptop, because I'm just like, all right, I guess. And then everybody would be like, oh, you let that little guy ruin it? Yeah, kind of. Those people are, they're just bored. They got nothing better to do. I mean, I'm not bored. I'm just anxious. I got a major stupid little life-changing event that's about to happen soon, and I'm procrastinating, and Yeah, that's another one I saw, Devil Dog, because I saw Jim coming on at his defense. I saw Jim going to bat for him, and I'm pretty sure I remember seeing Mab even say that he accidentally deleted him because he meant to delete somebody else. And that's another part, it's like this guy's really got to be looking what they're doing sometimes, because they really will, you know, get click happy because they're so ready to get them. And right now I'm hearing either fireworks in the distance or gunfire. But it's probably fireworks. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? What the F is going on? Julie, that's insane. What the F is going on? What? Did you get kicked out? Did you get kicked out just now? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to have any kind of drama or beef in here. I mean, I want everybody to be able to just like, well, if, I'm not making excuses for anybody else. Yeah, I think he was, I don't know, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think he had some kind of personal thing, something about his dog or something like that happened today, I think. I don't know. Like I said, if I can, if me and another streamer can work it out, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I got ignored kind of. I mean, trust me, there's a lot of other things I could have probably asked that would have got me, you know, put in timeout probably. But I just didn't feel like testing the waters. I like when just Jaylene, man, she's a little shit starter. Like I love her, she's funny, and she'll go in there and be in all big caps, kick me out, block me, like just, and she's not even really saying anything. She's just kind of like, you know, she's that person that's watching stuff go down, and then she's like, ooh, yeah. Me and her joke around with each other a lot. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just want people to. I was talking to Inspired. I think you were the one that was talking about it, right? Like maybe it was you about keeping the volume low and then maybe 10 seconds chunks or something. Like I could still have certain episodes if I want, or we could talk about certain songs that we like, and like pick them apart and stuff like that. Yeah. That would be great. I'd love to do something like that too. I'd also love to do like just like a pop culture type of stream, where we just like talk about movies and that kind of thing. I mean, that's what I'm into the most. Yeah, where's Jaylene? Yeah, Pop Jeopardy. We could have like a janky version of something. Yeah, or we could just sit here like this. This is like my, you know what I feel like? I feel like it's like those movies like you watch like those space movies, and there's like one person on the ship and they've got their digital diary, and they go in and they open up the laptop and they start Starlog 83 49, day 7064. So, yeah, or trivia. We could do that too. Like, I don't mind. And then there was two. I feel like Juice is going to hold it down until he can't do it anymore. I don't know. It's crazy. And my beer is like done. I was gonna have some like ginger ale, and oh man, I lost my oh no, I lost it. Now I'm in trouble. Where did I put it, guys? See, this is gonna be one of those problems for me, because I don't know what I did with it. And it's not good. Not good. True crime trivia. So tell me about this pizza deal. Where did you? Oh, yeah. So there's this local like mom and pop pizza place that. What is happening right now? Sorry, I'm trying to like figure out where really. Just check really quick here. Yeah, it's all right. So there's this like mom and pop pizza place that was like down the road, and they had a 12-inch pizza for like $16.99, but it was the only deal on their entire website that was buy one get one. So when I ordered on DoorDash, I didn't get anything but that 12-inch pizza for $12.99 that was buy one get one. So, and I was excited. I was like, okay, cool. I'll have like, pizza, I'll have a couple slices tonight, and then I'll still have, some for tomorrow, even if I wanted to. And I get it. But wouldn't you know that because I didn't actually select quantity 2, they just, they put it was my fault, because apparently I was supposed to choose 2. So they delivered me a 12-inch pizza for $16.99. And I was that, and I tried it when the Uber driver pulled up. I even tried to tell her. I was like, no. And she's like, no, you ordered 1. And I'm like, wow. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, that's so stupid though. Look, it's a freaking promotion. Buy one, get one. She's like, yeah. So, yeah, definitely sucked. It's just so dumb. It's like, why would you pay $16.99 for a 12-inch pizza? Yeah, I know. I should have been on the phone at that point. But because it was through like, Uber Eats, it wasn't like I just called the restaurant and ordered it from them. And that's the thing, is that's what I miss, is just being able to just call the restaurant itself, putting your order through with them, deal with it that way. But anyway, that was my dumb, boring story about the pizza, I guess. Yeah, it's true. You can still do that, but not everywhere, for some reason. A lot of the places here in Orlando, it's like they don't even want to talk to you. They literally It's true. I probably could call him. But my to be honest with you, I try not to order food a lot, and lately, ever since I knew I was moving out, and I paid my rent for the last time and all that stuff. I don't really, I haven't gotten myself like groceries like I should have, you know. So that's been kind of annoying because I've been overspending. Okay, let me see here. Um, change channel activity. No, it says like channel activity. Hold on a second. Put user. Oh, there we go. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do. There we go. It should have worked now. I would think. Julie, where'd you go? Did you go over there? Did you go start trouble? Yep, you can still call. They'll make right. Oh man. Welcome back, Julie. Julie Bug. You went over there, Julie Bug? I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, dang. You know what's crazy is Adam. Somebody brought this up in his. I don't know who it was. But he was on. I think he was on 857 because I was watching 857 too because I've been messing with them with the dreadlock photos and stuff. And somebody made a comment about how Adam sits with his leg, crossed like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Inner strength. It was. I went through that whole process with them already. It was a pain in the butt, so I just gave up on it. To be honest with you. Yeah, now I can post your links up for you. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Now I just, yeah, if anybody goes into Discord, I have a Discord too, I guess, and I mean, Truth's the one that got me to make it, so it's pretty cool. It's easy to keep in touch with people in the chat sometimes too, because I mean, there's only certain people that, like me and Inner Strength, we go way back like car seats, so honestly, I'm gonna do it for you too. Just cause. Let's see who else. Julie. Man, I should make Julie and uh Julie and Rooster moderators. And then they'd just be blocking each other all night, joking around. That'd be funny. But yeah, no, they were talking about how Adam sits with his leg like that because, I couldn't do that. My ankle would be numb. Yeah, she does. That's definitely knows how to set it up. And you know what's gonna happen? There's gonna oh man, it would be great if we could somehow get it going like soon, because I'd be so worried if people are gonna. Hopefully, people will run and jump on. I think Alex was gonna talk. I'm not sure if that was gonna be tonight at 2 or 2 whatever this morning, or if that's gonna be tomorrow. But oh man, This is crazy. I never thought it would be this soon. And you know what else too? Like, Rooster, I'm not trying to mess with you or anything. You don't have to. Oh my god. Like the one you got going. I don't know. Yeah, you tell me. How do I do that? Okay. Hold on a second here. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me, guys. This one's the good one. That's the regular one. Oh, that's the good one. Okay, so I can do a lot with the Streamlabs behind the scenes on his now. Weeks up. Brought the gloves, but he still got his shorts. This is true. You know, this is why I wish that I had, like, I wish I had a little headset with you. so that I could be like, okay, like right now, I don't even know. Bear with me for a second, because I don't even know if y'all can still see me right now or not. View my channel. Test again. Streamed 1 hour ago. Another live test. I watched at your own risk. 8 hours ago. Okay, yeah, I think it was this one. Right? Fine. See here. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. I wonder if I can edit video, maybe. How do I delete? There we go. I understand. Delete forever. All right. Sorry. Wait, could you guys still see me while I was? Because I wasn't. I don't even know how that works. You know what I mean? Like if. Thank God he still has those on. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Should make Adam come on to my stream or invite me on somehow, but I don't even know how that would work because I still don't even know how to use the dang StreamYard yet. I mean, I know, but not for myself. That's what I mean. Can you see me now? Can you see me now? I can see you. Can you see me? Julie Bug and Mr. Rooster, what are you guys doing? Okay. Look at me now. I'm looking at you. Yeah, I was worried you was out getting in trouble, Julie Bug. You know. Man, I keep my hat down. My stupid bifocals. Eyeballs, man. Yeah. Oh. Wow, man. I have a feeling I'm a good girl. You are a good girl, huh? What about? Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Wait, he dipped out. He went to bed, huh? He's like he's got to get up early and go riding and stuff, and you know, I'm kind of actually. I'm just gonna say it now, Adam. If you end up coming in here, I'm sorry. It's you know, it's probably not gonna be as entertaining as you know your stream and stuff tonight, but Lily. What do you mean? You mean Julie? Did I miss you all this time? Sorry if I did. Hello. Oh, Lily. Hey, how you doing? Look at me now. Back had to chase some kids down the street. Motherfuckers kicked the neighbors. Oh man, don't you hate that? That's like some. That's like that ding dong ditch or whatever, right? But like kicking somebody's door. That's shitty. Rooster, somebody, I think it was Blue Cat that was talking to me the other day, and he kept asking me how old you were, and I was like, I don't know. And he's told me like he's three different. I was like, he's probably messing with you or something. I have no idea. Could have sworn you told me you were a couple years older than me, but I don't even care. But I just thought it was funny because he's like, are you sure? I think he said like three different. What is going on? Adam's still like he's having. Maybe he's talking about. Hold on a second, guys. Let me just.
Asset. You can't put a price tag on that. So if you guys just spent time with us tonight, you can hit the like button, subscribe button. Thank you guys so much. And to all of our friends.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of lag going on. Yeah, I don't know. I love Blue Cat. I guess he's nice person, something like that. Whatever you want to say. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is he hops around the chats, saying hi to everybody. And yeah. Who's 50 something? Rooster. Mr. Rooster. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Blue Cat, if you end up watching this tonight, I'm not trying to talk about you, but I need to like say this. There's a couple of times where it gets kind of funny with the boo and the you know princess and all that stuff, and then there's times where like he he's very protective of D too, so and I would never. I think I think Julie was saying something about getting blocked or something like that. Remember Julie, or was it Julie? Or no, it was Inner Truth or Inner Strength. You said something about Shibby, like you being invisible or something, and then I suggested, I was like, oh, maybe you got blocked or something like that, and then, hey, ladybugs, how you doing? And then what was it? You already gave them back. What are you talking about? I don't need to keep up with you guys. But yeah, 50 something ain't, it's whatever. But no, I think Inner Strength was asking a question, and then when I said maybe you got blocked or something like that, Blue Cat jumped in real quick and was like, saying something about Dee Dee. Like, he thought I was talking about her, and I was like, no, I'm not talking about her. And then I was like, the only way that I've ever seen Dee Dee block anybody is they had to really deserve it, because she's even, tried to break fights up and stuff in chat. So, you know what, girl? You're right. That's a good question. Why not? Hold on a second. I gotta take care of something here real quick. You guys can probably hear me typing and clicking and all that stuff. Maybe, I don't know. You know what I need to get? I don't know if anybody's figured this out yet either. What I was gonna say is, man, I just forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I wonder if anybody has, if anybody's been able to do like a YouTube stream with like with the glasses. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was a long show, but that wasn't anywhere near. Yeah. Excuse me. I hate that I just cleared my throat on stream like that, guys. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I keep reading what you guys are saying, and then oh yeah. So the one of the last streams that Adam had uh Richard on, I think it went on for, I want to say like 5 hours maybe. It was something crazy, because a lot of people in his chat were just like, gotta give Adam props for holding it down, because he stayed there right with him the whole time, like, yeah, following along with the mouse and all that stuff. And every time he would say, like, you see here where it says L and O and T, and like Adam was able to like just move his mouth. He knew exactly where he was supposed to go, and I was still so lost. I left a couple of times even, and came back and tried to watch some more. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Inner strength. That's something that happened to that exact thing you're talking about is what happened to Mr. Rooster. That happened to him in another stream that we were watching together. Yep. Because he was talking to me when he kept messaging me stuff. And he was like, how come you're not seeing it? And the only reason I even knew that is because I went into another chat, and he was telling me in that chat, he was like, you can't see me? And I was like, I can't see anything you're saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would love, is for him to just maybe do a stream where he's explaining everything he's talking about, in yeah, in layman's terms, and just because my thing is I actually don't mind listening to him talk about stuff. I just don't. I just still have a hard time trying to correlate, and connect dots on how exactly it's really tied into but it is what it is, so it's not a big deal. Let's see here. What are y'all saying? Doug is really good. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you won't lose power. And sometimes, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it's a lot easier for Juanita and a bunch of us went over to his chat, tried to make him understand that he did that was wrong. So I think he. Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen him on. I haven't seen him on Alex's, but he was on 857 last night while Alex was on, and I can't remember if Juanita was on or not. I know Juanita was on Nikki's because I was actually on that with her. And I think, or maybe it was just Dean's. Man, I'm getting a lot of people's streams. I'm starting to get everything starting to bleed together. If it's not, um, if it's not JLR's stream or what's the other one? JLR. Like I'll watch him, and I don't have anything against him at all. I can't. Sometimes I can't follow. Like his chat is just flying. Everybody's saying stuff, and it's kind of hard to. Basically, I don't think that JLR's chat is not a chat for me to go and try to find people I know, and try to keep any kind of, hey, are you what what do you think of this? You can't really do that in his chat because he's got so many people that are watching, and and he probably does have kind of a lot of people that are kind of trolling in his chat too, but I don't think he really cares. I don't think he really pays attention to it that much, you know. Lets people just do their thing. And then um, there's a couple other guys that I don't know. Jim, what are you doing? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Man, you guys, it's great to just kind of hang out and stuff. It's Yeah, I know. I see that. Sikorsky, nobody was listening to me about the police dispatcher calls the other night when Juanita said there wasn't any, and it pissed me off. Yeah, you know what? The thing is I remember, like, I saw you said something, and then I was, like, trying to, because I had this, I had some issue yesterday where when I had the StreamYard open, I could see the chat, and I wanted to go in there and try to say something to you, and then I kept going back and forth, and I don't know, I was trying to figure out exactly, like, what you were saying. I ended up saying to her, basically, like, when she said that she submitted the request to get the 911 calls and there wasn't any or something like that. I remember I did say something along the lines of, like, couldn't that count as being part of, like, a open investigation or whatever you want to call it? And I think she kind of agreed with that because I don't know, like, not that I don't believe it. I'm just saying, like, they, as far as I know, what I've dealt with is, if they're, even the press, like the news, whatever, they can't get access to stuff if the, if law enforcement says it's part of a, you know, active investigation, we can't release that yet, blah blah blah. But I could have sworn that we had already heard even like a snippet or something out there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe stuff's bleeding along. Maybe I'm just mixing stuff up. I have no idea. Wait, is this? I was talking P-52s on maps. You could feel all the eyes rolling. What's P-52s? Blocked. I said I blocked the chat on JLR channel because I can't read it. It makes my... Yeah. No, I could see that. Bug. There is, but they're technically the dispatch call, not the call from the family to 911. It was sheriff talking to a dispatcher. Yeah. I don't know. It's because it's a lot of wild. It is. There's so much, and it was dispatch, not 911 from family. Yeah. I don't know. Scanner. I can pull the scanner up right now. Someone said they blocked the scanner feed. I was able to hear SWAT and all anytime, and they always told me I couldn't. I'm like, what am I hearing then? Truth, were you like ever in like Dad's Gone Live's channel trying to tell him about stuff? Or was that somebody else? I can pull archive of that dispatch. Yeah, whatever you guys gotta do. Here we go again. Look up Juanita Adams. Okay, yeah, I remember that. She talks about it. Hey, I believe you guys. At this point, though, I really just kind of, I don't even know. It's it's very just frustrating, you know. I've said it until I feel like I'm going crazy or blue in the face too. Heard them say they found a grave on a scanner and he didn't. Yeah, I know. I remember that. I was watching that night, and I heard that too. And there was like people in his chat that were trying to be like, she's trolling you, trying to get you to go somewhere. Yeah, I remember that. Julie Bug, was she telling you it wasn't true? I don't know. I think what she was saying is that she submitted a request and there was no calls. Which even still, I'm not saying that I don't believe Juanita. I believe that that's what they told her, or I believe that that's what the results were, but I also believe that they could just also not have to give up any information right now because the dang case is open or investigating stuff. But whatever. Hey Nanette, how you doing again? You came back? I think Rooster left, maybe. Not sure. Blue Cat! There you are. Thank you, my man. I was just talking about you. Were your ears ringing? Other streamers have talked about Alex, Cliffs and Pearls, jail. Yeah. Yep. See what I mean? What 8P52s Amy Eskridge spoke on them? That's where I first heard of them. Man, Doug. No, I'm searching the premises looking for... Oh, man. You better be careful, Rooster. You better have a really big mag light or something on you. Or or a nice pew pew, you know. Dang, what was that? What, Doug? You're like over my head, man. I feel like you've got some great things you need to share, and I don't know what P52s is, but I would love to hear about, and I would also love to hear who the heck Amy Eskridge is. Yeah, that is true. They may not have requested it correctly either. You have to, yeah, I know. You do. Rooster. I don't think anybody was gonna. I hope you guys know. I don't think anybody can really talk crap in here. We're all friends, right? Except for what was that one person's name? Something Mathis in the chat last night, and Truth, or not Truth, Thornbridge channel. And then the whatever that person was today. Yeah, that was great. Man. Thomas DJO was able to. Yeah, he was able to hear it. First guitar lesson can be free on the house with me. Probably when I get up to Virginia. No, I don't think you're making it up, Julie. I don't think you're making it up at all. If anything, I just have to like write some stuff down and look it up. Give me just a second, guys. Sorry. Man. I gotta get something to drink really quick. Please bear with me. I will be right back. Oh man. I need I don't know where my cup is, everyone. I don't know what happened to it. Where did it go? Darn it. Oh. That's alright. Well, probably just lost like 8 or 9 viewers, you know. No big deal. Oh, look at that. I gained a viewer. Hey. Sorry, I had to go to my fridge and get my secondary beverage. Wet my throat, my whistle. You know. Blue Cat, you leaving? You heading out? You gotta go to Zanaya's Dragon. How you doing? I've seen you around. Yeah, please. I would love to. Yeah, don't worry about it. You won't be blowing up my channel, Doug. We can talk about stuff anytime. I'm always interested in anybody's, any of that stuff. I mean, trust me, there's all kinds of subjects that we could go on and on about. Like, if anybody just wanted to like, how they do in like improv, like in the comedy and stuff like that. Uh, Like you could just put like a random word or topic, and I guarantee you I could tell you something interesting about it. Just don't pick like some random thing like ladle or you know doily or something like that. Did you know that the Hollywood and the government has been predictive programming is probably, I wouldn't doubt it. Experiment with this kind of thing once years ago. What you mean? Uh, experimented. Did I miss something you said earlier? After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Inspired. You're like we're like this. Are we like the same age, or are you younger than me, or? I literally typed a word somewhere, and you wouldn't believe the drama that flew with the comment. No, I I saw you. I saw you in one of the other channels. Man, guys, I gotta do this, and hopefully it's not gonna be too loud. You guys, let me know if that's too loud or not. Can y'all hear me, or does it sound weird? Like, do I sound annoying as far as like, is there a bunch of fan noise? Is it too loud? Like, please tell me. Oh, uranium. Nah, no. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. There's been times where I've been on a panel and I've muted my mic and leaned to the right a little bit. That was definitely what was happening, Rooster. But not tonight. I don't have that capability. You know. Nah, not tonight. No more. No Putin tonight. Jim, you're back, man. Glad to see you. Glad to see you hanging out. It's an honor. I love it. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Dragon, about the uranium. I saw you kind of talking about some stuff in the chat, in one of the other chats the other night, and it was funny. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people freak out so much. I mean, if people want to be like, "Hey, get out of here with that stuff." It's not bothering me. I'll be dead honest with you guys. Like, I really honestly, as long as people are not like bullying people, or going on about politics or religion, then it'll be gold. It'll be fine. Even if you guys are like arguing with each other, go ahead. Constructively. Just don't. No need to be bullies or that kind of thing. And even the people that I have in here already that already have become modded and stuff, like they don't. If anything, like Truth is in here helping me. Julie Bug's like one of my buddies. Inner Strength. I don't even know if they're still around right now. They might be watching. They might have left, but I guess you probably have. Yeah, no, I've seen you. Or Rooster's talking to you. Sorry. For her name become part of highly publicized national missing persons kidnapped because they once lived in Harlan County. An interesting detail in the alarming saga. I'm trying to read your stuff. It's going so fast. Ugh. Statistically, the case that Nancy got the reason. Yeah, I think her about Australia. Yeah. No, I see ya. I'm following it. Here's the thing: is I've been following the Nancy Guthrie case since the the very first any of it. As soon as they announced it, I've been following it. And to be honest with you, I was kind of really sucked in because I was going through like a real just dumb relationship thing that I'm not going to get into because everybody's already heard me talk about it a million times. But it helped me kind of have something to focus on because I was like losing myself in a bunch of just dumb craziness. And I remember saying to myself, the person that had stopped talking to me abruptly, that I was in a relationship with, I had sent, a letter to them. And I remember telling my best friend at the time, I was like, I wonder what we're going to find out first. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, are we going to find out, you know, where Nancy Guthrie is first? Or am I going to get some kind of, you know, closure to this relationship that was bullcrap? And I feel bad for saying that, but it was just the way I felt at the time. And here we are. I mean, seriously, how many days has it been? I have no idea. It's been like over 100 and what, 50 something days now or something like that. It's been like 5 months basically. Before we find. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly, unfortunately, that. Yeah. Anybody listen to Julie put that link in the chat for people to check out, you know. Got this task to post. Yeah, exactly. That's why I gave it to her, Rooster. Um I just I don't know. I just don't understand what is going on, what's taking so long, what's the deal, and you can't help but get sucked into this kind of like the panel that was on Nikki's tonight. I hate to say it, but I don't mean to say it like that. I didn't mean to say that at all. The panel that was on Nikki's tonight was good because I've been on panels with Chris, whatever his last name is. I feel bad for saying that. But and Misty too. I just, even if it's not directly related to the family or somebody with the family is not involved, I still believe that the family knows what's going on right now more than what we do, and they have every right to because they would be in direct, I would assume, contact with law enforcement or the FBI or, somebody, investigators. But I don't think that, let's say hypothetically, like a month from now, or even longer, that more information comes out or they tell us that they figured it out and this is what happened, blah blah blah. I tend to agree that I don't think they're going to recover her. It just, yeah. And the court, the plea stuff with the Kaella or Kalela, I've heard people pronounce it, you know where the L's are Kaella. I don't know. Maybe it's not pronounced like that, but it's a little strange. It's very, very, very strange. On February 2nd, KOLD, a CBS affiliate in Tucson, Arizona, received a ransom. The demand listed Bitcoin. Then on February 4th, Nancy Guthrie's family published a video asking Nancy, why would they put all that? Like, that's weird, you know? it's looking on my TV, just randomly happened to have like, because it's on YouTube, that the what do you call it, the like when it plays the next video and stuff, it was playing a oh well, I know where a lot of people are right now. A lot of people are on, yeah, they're on that show because they're probably talking about who the heck, what was said, what did all that mean? And I don't know. I think his head was spinning, in my opinion. You know. Oh, good night, ladybugs. The family's accounts have been scrubbed. What does that mean? What do you mean, Nanette? Are you talking about like social media stuff? Inspired? Are you going to bed too? Yeah, had I done that, I'd probably get 20 years. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Like, come back and check me out when you can. You know. But I believe that too, Julie. I think that they put him in the rehab to keep him like just isolated from people. It just I'm just saying, like, I've seen the actual, the plea agreement or whatever you call it. I've seen the documents on the interview room guys. They had it big on their screen so you could read it plain as day. Plus, I mean, Chris was reading it on on Nikki's stream tonight. He failed his drug test that date of court. He should have not have been able to plead. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needed to keep his street cred so he can infiltrate drug kingpins. It's so obvious. I'm sorry. I'll be here like Lionel Richie all night long. All night long. I hope I don't get a strike from Richie. Lionel Richie, you're the man. I think that we're all gonna crap our pants if they come out one day and just explain it all in like some simple, like way simpler thing. Like there's not a conspiracy, there's not a cover up, there's not, the family's not acting weird. Does anybody think the family's not acting weird? I mean, Savannah, if you end up watching this, which you probably won't, but all I have to say is I feel bad for you, but you know, I think you should make more statements or something to the American public. You don't owe anybody anything, but I mean, good lord, you got to be thinking to yourself that people are thinking this is strange. This is going down really strange. And maybe it's hard for people to see it that way when they're the ones like in it. It's easier for people from an outside perspective to look at the family acting weird. But you don't think the family's acting weird, that's fine. Like, I guess when I say that though, I mean, maybe it's just because I'm different. It's what I would be doing. You know, like I would definitely I already don't sleep like a normal person, so I don't think that. And why do I keep alternating between Coca Cola and beer? I don't know. But I definitely would not be, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Um, I wouldn't be able to carry on my life. And if I sit here and even chalk it up and say that, my mom would want me to carry on. She would want me to, not this and not that. That's fine. People could say that, but I still would be like, I need answers. I can't. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Mexican. They drink Coke and beer. No, I'm not Mexican. I did get asked when I worked at McDonald's. I worked with a bunch of Spanish people because there's a lot of Spanish in Central Florida, and St. Cloud has a lot of the Puerto Rican community. You know, uh, and there was some girl that I worked with one day, and she asked me if I was German. I was like, no. Uh, but I don't have any German in my in my you know heritage or whatever. Like most of what I know, it's English and Scottish and like some Cherokee in me, I guess. I don't know. But the arrogant and wicked are burned to ash, but the righteous and ultimately tread down the wicked as they become ashes under the soles of your feet. Is that like from? Okay. The whole thing has been handled very different than I've ever seen before in any case I've worked. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Hey, no, 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 Julie, you could be German. I don't care. I just thought it was weird that they asked me that. You know, um, I've also had somebody ask me if I was from Argentina before, which I thought was kind of strange. But oh, biblical poetry. Okay, appreciate that. I'll have to let's see here. She's 84. The only way that would be possible is if their identity was compromised. What you mean? I'm going back and reading what you were saying. Uh, yeah. Read Doug's comments from the beginning. He has a few there that go together. Yeah, thank you. I don't think I look German either. I mean, I don't know what German looks like though. But I never would have assumed that. Doug. I don't think the family is acting right. Okay, hold on a second here. Here I have an explanation of the strange letter. Ready? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So I was watching one of my mentors, Dan Martell, on YouTube, and it was like from 8 months ago, and he mentioned in Scorched Earth, and I was like, what? Lederhosen. Yeah, they are cute. I've been asked if I was Russian from a Mexican, and then I told him I was Mexicano in Spanish, and he was like, "Oh shit." So I got a funny story. Kind of funny, not really, but whatever. When I used to work at the music store, I was working at the front counter one day, and it was, big, huge, open floor plan. It's like a 37,000 square foot, building, and there was these two guys that one of them was his name was Caleb Lopez Perez, and he was from Puerto Rico, and then I had a friend named Steven Morales, and he worked in the pro audio department, and he was from Mexico. And Steven used to, the customers would come in, and a lot of times, like being in Orlando and being close to the, the attractions and all that stuff, we get a lot of like tourism and like people from, like Venezuela and Brazil and all these different places. And 9 times out of 10, maybe one person in the store could actually speak Spanish. And these guys, when the customers would come in, a lot of times the first thing they would ask you was like, do you speak Spanish? And I'd be like, look around, and I'd go grab Steven and be like, hey man, can you translate? And he would get so irritated. I'd be like, fine, all right. But they used to try to teach me words and stuff to say all the time. Like Caleb would try to tell me stuff and Steven would try to tell me stuff, but they were messing with me one day. And Caleb was like a lot younger than me and Steven. He was like kind of mischievous and everything. And he was telling me, he was like, hey, you wanna yell, you want something funny to, yell at Steven? And I was like, yeah. And Steven was like way over on the other side of the store. He was helping a customer. And so Caleb was like whispers in my ear, and so I was like, all right. And so next thing you know, I'm like, hey Caleb, or no, Steven. I was like, hey Steven. And he like looks over at me from across the store, and I'm like, dame culo. And like everybody in this store just stopped and like looked over at me, and like I turned around and Caleb's like keeled over, just like dying laughing, and I'm just like, what did you just have me say? And Steven's standing there going like this, like all these customers in the store are just like laughing and just hysterical. And I'm like, what did I just say, man? And he's like, dame culo. I'm like, yeah, that's great. What did I just say? And he was like, he basically said, give me that ass. It's like, thanks, man. Thanks. So I didn't trust him anymore after that. Anytime I would ask him to tell me what to say, it was like, you little shit. Can't believe you just did that. But we used to do that. We used to have so much fun working at that music store. I mean, it was the best. Those were the best, not the best years of my life, but I mean, damn, 18 years I worked in that building, like I met a lot of really cool people. I've like ran like almost every department in that store at one point in time, but my passion has always been drums. I mean, I play guitar, but I'm definitely not. I don't consider myself a guitarist. I definitely a drummer. So yeah, I mean, I used to. You know what I really wish I could have done was I really wish I could have had like little hidden cameras, like GoPros or something that we all could have been wearing just to film the different stuff that used to happen. Because this particular store where it's located, it's of course it's no longer, it doesn't exist anymore because the company got rid of all their physical locations, and they just are strictly online now, which is terrible. After 100 years in business, they basically had to sell the company to um, some other, it's an investment group from somewhere, I can't remember, but anyway, literally pretty much the entire, I don't even know, I want to say they had like maybe like 700 employees, maybe a little bit more, the entire chain. And even though I say chain, I mean, it was a family owned and operated company. It started in 1924, and in 2024 they closed all of their doors. And the entire chain, all the employees had, I think, like 2 weeks or something notice. I'm talking like people that had worked for the company for their entire life, were now being told that they weren't going to have a job anymore. It was terrible. um, Thankfully, at the time, I actually wasn't working for the company anymore. I'd actually left at the before. But it was a really, really cool, very interesting, never a dull moment ever. I mean, when you deal with musicians, I mean, very eccentric. Everybody's got a story to tell. And you know it was, I don't know, it was great. I could go on for forever about stories. That I could do that. I could have a whole series where I could sit here and tell you guys crazy stories that happened in that place, because of, like I said, where it's located, or where it was located, is in like the heart of Orlando, and not near the attractions. If this place would have been over by Disney, man, it would have never gone out of business. They would have just kept that only store, you know. But unfortunately, it was we dealt with some crazy people that would come in too. And I mean, there was a guy that came in the store one day. The like the I don't know what you want to call it, like the parachute, like the jacket and the pants, the like the MC Hammer outfit kind of thing, basically. This guy came in one day, and the jacket he was wearing had a front pocket. And he was wearing these like big, like those glasses that they make you wear after you go to like the doctors, or the eye doctor. They gotta dilate your eyes and stuff. He was wearing some big old glasses like that. He had a bottle of ketchup in his hand. And he comes, so he's walking in with this bottle of ketchup in his hand. And in his front pocket was peel and eat shrimp. And he had like dried ketchup like stuck to the side of his face. And nobody noticed this guy when he first walked in. Everybody was just doing their thing. Everybody's like selling something to a customer, or somebody's playing drums. Everybody's in their own little world. And then I'm at the front counter. I happen to work at customer service at the time, and I was processing a return or something. And my ex-boyfriend at the time actually was the pro audio department manager. And he was kind of like this rogue kind of guy. I didn't really care. And he comes flying up to the front, and he's like yelling at one of the managers, like, "I need you to come back here and help me. This guy back in recording is like, it's not right." And everybody's like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "Just come back here." And they go back there, and as they're walking back there, you just see shrimp tails, like a whole trail of shrimp tails, like on the ground. And then you get back to where the guy's at, and he's sitting there at this piano, playing piano, jamming out and stuff. And then he would stop, and he would reach in the pocket, pull out a shrimp, squirt ketchup in his mouth, rip the shrimp tail, and throw the tail onto the freaking ground, like he was outside or something. And we all just stood there in shock, like watching this guy bleep 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 doo 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 doo, and then bleep bleep bleep, and go right back to it. And it was like, is this seriously happening right now? It was that kind of stuff that happened like all the time, or the code brown. There was code brown incidents that would happen all the time, like people, you know, not making it to the bathroom in time, and or someone's child going and hiding in some room and literally dropping a turd on the floor. I'm talking like a music store, like, you know, yeah, crazy stuff. Um, I once saw, uh, Zach Wild, the guitar player that used to be in like Ozzy's band and I think like Black Label Society or something like that. I watched him on stage in our store because he was doing a clinic, like playing guitar. I watched him turn around and like urinate into a beer bottle and then take a swig off of it on stage in front of like all these people's kids and their parents, we're just like, oh god, and he was like rock and roll, and I'm like, oh man. uh yeah. I also seen people literally just walk straight over to the guitar wall, grab a guitar off the wall, put it into a case that they came in the store with, and walk right out the front door with it because nobody was going to stop them. Yeah, the guy was loaded for sure. I mean, we get being where I live now and where this building was, it's very very close to, I don't know if anybody's was on Nikki's stream when I was talking about it, but we got into the conversation about, the homeless, and how many people there are that are actually homeless in, the city of Orlando. And I think, some people throw that term around in like a shitty way. Excuse my language, guys, but there's people when I go on my days off sometimes and I go for my walks that I take around the lake downtown. It's called Lake Eola. There's so many people that are displaced and they're homeless. And I'm talking people that when you look at them, they look like they just got off work or they're about to go to work. They could be dressed completely like even wearing a suit or a nice business jacket or something. It's not like just this, image that people all think in their head when you think that someone's homeless, that they're just some kind of like bad person or they're just some drug addict or, whatever. It's you have no idea. Like just the I don't know, the just the economy or whatever you want to call it, just like what the hardships that people are having to live out of their cars, or sleep on a bench and then go to work. Like it's horrible, you know. And then you've got a lot of it is also people that are kind of falling through the cracks with the, social services and stuff like that, and they've got, they're not medicated, they need to be, you know they need help, they need some assistance to get, medications and, go to therapy or, whatever it is they need. But people walk right past them. I'm guilty of it myself even. you know I would love to help everybody out if I could, you know but I mean, I gotta watch what I do even on this, on friggin' YouTube. I got myself in trouble, like sometime, I think it was last month, where I was really scrambling and worried about paying my rent because I overspent, and then I looked and I started looking. I had so many YouTube charges, just dumb super chats like nonstop, you know, just spamming people with super chats basically. It was ridiculous. Like there was no reason for me to be, you know, giving, donating whatever so much money to uh, when I needed to be saving money for my move and, you know, or even just saving money for stupid stuff like this webcam that I bought that's not even really that great, but I mean it's better than using the camera on my damn laptop, right? Yeah, oh my god, that's terrible, Jim. Yeah, I know. Like, trust me, I've lived here, like I said, I've lived here since 2004, and you used to be able to walk around the lake down here because it's not even a real lake. It's basically a sinkhole that they filled with water, and then turned it, a nice like downtown kind of park area. It's really pretty. It's awesome. It's great. There's swans that we have down there. There's even a couple of black swans, which I'd never even seen before until recently. Um, it used to be that it was just a park. You go walking around. Now there's so many people. There's there's so many people that now that they have like some of the churches in the local area will go down there with like a bunch of people in a van, and they'll just go walking around passing out meals and stuff to people. It's, it's crazy. What happened? Jim, you redacted your message. When people do that, it makes me wonder why. You don't have to, unless you think you're, about to offend somebody. Shh. Truth, you have no idea. Like when I say like I have like stuff I could, yeah, my God, you, yeah, I am. I can do that now. I was waiting to do that because of a conversation uh, that me and Truth were having earlier behind the scenes. But the thing is, of course, you're supposed to be writing up. I am. I mean, I. Here's the thing. I've got like, stuff where I'm scribbling stuff, writing stuff and all that, and then what I've been doing is I've been going in and making like almost kind of like visual representations that remind me of what I want to do on my channel, because I've already got like, I've been trying to, do some things behind the scenes, like, just the other day I made a banner, and then I've been trying to make it, clean it up a little bit, make it, not so messy, like have my shorts in a certain section and have my video, have chapters about this, chapters about that. But that's what I want to do, is I want to have like, you know, spot where I just kind of tell stories about my mom, maybe talk about experiences I've been with her. I definitely want to talk about the the whole process I went through from the moment that, I mean, basically like the moment that I, God, I'm trying to remember whose channel it was. It might have been Nikki's channel, where yeah, it was Nikki's channel, where she was talking about, you know, reaching out to people, picking up the phone and calling people and stuff and checking on people. And I think, yeah, and Shibi was in the chat, and I had made a comment about how I have a complex about answering my phone now when when people call me. I don't really decline calls anymore, because I declined my mom's call, and it was like November of 2010, and that was like the last real time that I really actually played. 2010, that was how many years ago? Like 16 years ago or something like that. Almost 16 years ago. Um, I still mess around with video games here and there, but it's mostly like open world stuff like Red Dead Redemption 2 and like Assassin's Creed and stuff like that, or even like Grand Theft Auto, like that kind of stuff, where I could just run around and basically just pew pew people in the face and not feel bad about it. uh, but I was also really into at the time. I was really into what's it called? Uh, Black Ops, the 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 first one, the first Call of Duty Black Ops, and I was actually playing it. I was like sitting there, like really into it one night. It just came out because it came out in like November of all the games. Apparently, that's a lot of times they come out in November, I guess. And I was sitting on the couch playing this game, and I was so into it, and my cell phone kept ringing, and my mom had called me like I think like the day before, but I was like, I'll just call her back, and so uh oh no, sorry, it was like she called me like like I think like 3 days before. Like it was like a Tuesday or something when she called me, and the day that this was on a Thursday. So they kept, my phone kept ringing, and I was like, whatever. And I saw that it was mom, and so I grabbed it, and then I went click, and I put it back down, and I just kept playing my game, And then at the time, I actually had a landline because we had the bundle, where you get the internet and your phone line bundled. And nobody ever called the landline. Anytime the stupid landline rang, it was like telemarketers or something like that. And and so like I don't know, the like I said, my landline started ringing, and I was just like, so I paused the game real quick, and I got up and I went over and I grabbed the phone, and I was like, hello. And it had my mom's name, on the caller ID. I was like, hello. And it was this guy, and he was like, is this Courtney? And I was like, yes. And he was like, this phone's about to die. I'm going to need you to answer the other phone when I call you. And I was like, okay. So my cell phone started ringing again. So I answered that, and it was a different number, but it was, a 225 number from Louisiana. And it was this guy, and he's like, hey, my name is John Hall, and I own this bar called Phil Brady's, or Phil O'Brady's, and it was in East Baton Rouge. And he was like, I own this bar. Your mom's been coming here for the past 4 years. Like, everybody knows her. We're all friends with her. And I was like, okay. And he was like, and it was just like in a movie. He was like, I'm going to need you to sit down, and I was like, okay. And then he couldn't even, his grown man, like, I think he was probably in his like late 30s, early 40s or something like that. But he couldn't even get the words out of his mouth. He started blubbering and crying, like literally crying. He was like, I'm so sorry to tell you, but your mother has like, he put it in some weird way. He was like, your mother's gone with the angels or something like that. And I was like, what? What did you just say? And he's like, your mother's passed away. We had to kick in the door because she hadn't been, my mom, he said, we haven't seen your mother in 3 days, and it wasn't like her, so we decided to check on her because my mom lived, I guess, like within walking distance to this bar. And they went to her apartment, and it was dark, and she had a dachshund named Bitsy, and the dog was barking like crazy, and they couldn't get in, so they called the landlord, who gave the police permission to basically kick the door in. And they found my mom, and she was, passed away. She passed away in her sleep from a heart attack. And she had been there for about, um, like 3 days. And I remember I was like in shock, like I literally was like I blacked out. Like I got up, I walked straight out the front door, right past my ex-boyfriend who was sitting there playing a video game, and was like, what's going on? And I walked straight out the front door, and I had my phone, and I was screaming into the phone, like, you have to be joking. This can't be real. Like, there's no way this is freaking happening right now. And I wanted to smash my phone. I wanted to break my phone. I wanted to scream. I wanted to, like, where's customer service? Like, this is not acceptable. Like, just like this has to be reversed. Like, this cannot be happening right now. There's no freaking way. My mom was only 57 years old, and she died in her sleep from a heart attack. And her electricity wasn't even on because she hadn't even paid her bill, because she racked up such a high bar tab at the place that she went, at that Phil Brady's place. They would let her get her bar tab up in excess of over $1,000, and then she would pay it. She made sure her dog was fed and that she had running water, but you know, uh, and then after that happened, the police got on the phone, and I was, of course, I was hysterical. I couldn't talk. I couldn't focus. I was like, what the? My mom is like, you're like, I couldn't even say the words. It was like, you're telling me that my mom is dead. Like, the first time you ever, say those words, it's like, holy shit. Like, you're telling me that my mom is no longer here. And I was like, wow. Like I couldn't, it was just nuts, and the cops are on the phone, and they're like, Miss Lester, we need you to tell us where, like, they started to get pissed. They were almost starting to yell at me because they needed me to tell them where my mom's body needed to be taken, which was like, that was making my head spin at the same time too, because I'm like, how is this? What do you mean you're asking me where she's supposed to go? It's not like in the movies or the TV shows. There was no foul play involved. So there was no need for the coroner to show up and assess everything and then take my mom's body and then go do some kind of autopsy on her. The police, when they got inside, they were able to tell that my mom died of natural causes. And so I had to decide what funeral home, my mom's body was going to get brought to, and I couldn't even talk. I was like so emotionally upset that the police treated it as if they hadn't notified me. That's what they said. They were going to treat it. The protocol was going to be that they weren't able to get in touch with the next of kin, and they were going to go ahead and have the local, it was like the Lions Club or something like that, some guy that ran a funeral home, and he came and collected my mom's body. And then they told me, this guy's going to be contacting you, probably in the morning or something like that. I don't even remember going to sleep, but I remember the next day that guy called, and I swear everything on my mom's life. This guy actually got on the phone with me and said, you need to sign some paperwork I'm going to send to you to have your mother's body cremated. Like, it has to happen, like, now. And I was like, kind of like in shock still. I couldn't understand why he was rushing me along and why, like, my mom's body needed to be cremated. And Like, what are you talking about? And then he just started getting super, super graphic and straight up ended up telling me that my mom was in an apartment building for 3 days without power in the Louisiana heat. And so her body was not able to be embalmed. And that also her face had been disfigured by the dog. And he told me that verbatim, all of it, over the phone. And I was standing there in shock in front of my ex boyfriend at the time, who was looking at me and he's like, "What is that guy saying?" And I handed him the phone and told him what he said. And then my ex boyfriend read him the riot act, basically. And then the next phone call I got was from the chief medical examiner's office in Baton Rouge that proceeded to tell me that they were taking care of everything and that my mom's body was being retrieved and that that guy was losing his job. But I never had to go identify her because my aunt did it for me, and she told me herself that she would never have told me that information. She would have never said those words to me, and she doesn't even understand how somebody who works in that industry could have been that insensitive and said what they said to me. So unfortunately, it's kind of one of those things that um, I have a hard time with, I guess, getting it out of my head, not thinking about it. But I struggle more with like just the shoulda, coulda, woulda's crap, like should have answered the phone because I think in hindsight that my mom was calling to say goodbye, you know? I think that's what was happening. And um, the song that I wrote about her, the lyrics that I wrote, that then Fat Redow redid it for me. It's amazing, and at the same time, I'm gonna have to say that I still like the one that I did because it's a completely different song. I mean, even though it's the same lyrics, it's a completely different song, and they both have different feel to them. And there's a line that I didn't necessarily put in the song verbatim, but I put in one of the comments underneath the video that I did post on my channel about her, which is she did a whole lot of living in those 57 years. And I plan to do the same. And that's the number one reason why I'm moving from Orlando and I'm going back up to Virginia, because if I continue to live here and just live in this apartment that I live in, I'm worried that I'm going to end up like her and like isolate myself. And like my mom had a lot of baggage, she had a lot of she carried a lot. She had a lot of PTSD from the military, and a lot of things that she saw when she was in the military, like all those awards she got, they all came with baggage, you know and you know and then there was me, and she had to take care of me at the same time. She had my grandma there too, but my grandma, I lost my grandma at the age of 11, uh, and she was 57. Go figure. So I'm trying to do whatever I can to not dwell on it, but like I can't help but talk about it sometimes or share stories I have about it with people because I'm it. There's nobody else left. And, you know, when I'm gone, um, there's just going to be stories and stuff, you know? Like all of my family, like my grandmother, my grandfather, um, aunts and other uncles, uh, my mom's two brothers, basically, like they're all buried in this cemetery in Oak Grove, Louisiana, which is at the very, very top part of the state, like the very top of the boot, or whatever you want to call it, in the right hand corner, like kind of close to like Mississippi, basically. And it's just depressing. It's just like the like no like never go there except for when people are passed away, and we're going to a funeral, and I hate it. And I just don't like going there. It just reminds me of that. So that's why I went for the for burying her in Arlington, because even when I'm gone, my mom's going to be remembered, you know, as long as that national cemetery slash national park is standing, you know. I mean, think about it. They have like millions of people visit that place every year. And maybe some kid, you know, on a field trip one day, maybe he happens to stop at my mom's and wonders, like, I wonder why her headstone says Sikorsky Winged S Rescue, or like nobody, like, I've never seen that before. And then maybe he goes home and he looks it up and he decides to, like, do some research, or he gets inspired, like, I was too, I was too, like, I was too emotionally, like, not, like, I was too much of a mess when I tried to join the military, because I tried to join the military like right after my mom died. Basically, I was like, I'm gonna, I'm gonna join the Air Force, And I was 30 years old, and that was like a mess, Like, I still cry about it almost every other day, but that was like a mess. And that guy looked at me across the desk, and he was just like, "You, you need to go, deal with your stuff, I couldn't even, Julie Bug, I wouldn't even know. Like, I wish that me and you were sitting next to each other right now. I would love to talk to you about some stuff, and privately, and give you a hug too. But I don't know. I got a lot more happy stuff to talk about, about her and stuff. It's not all like sad, and I didn't want people to come on and see me like, oh, boo-hooing about it. Sorry it went that way. Um, you know, but I'm looking forward to getting up to Virginia, and I'm looking forward to being around family again. And when I say family, I mean like family dynamic. Like my best friend, who's like my sister, you know, and Inner strength. I wish I could play that stuff, but I don't even know how to do that yet. uh, like taking it off of like the sad stuff for a minute. Like I could try to tell like a happy moment, like a funny story. Uh, I met this family friend of my mom's that lived in Jacksonville. It was like like a year or something like that after she died, and I took a trip up to Jacksonville and basically was hanging out with some extended family friends, and this guy named Paul came over. I can't remember the guy's last name, but he basically told me the story of where I came from, and then how, when they used to, when my mom was stationed in Jacksonville, and her and all their Navy buddy friends would go out riding and stuff, and they said, "Man, your mom was wild," and I was like, "Yeah, what? Seriously?" Like, yeah, I mean, when she was like on base and she was in uniform, she was all business. But when we went off base and we went to go, go to like some place and get margaritas or whatever, man, your mom was, she was wild. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. He said this one night we went out and we were all riding our bikes, the motorcycles, and he said that they pulled up at some gas station, because they needed to get gas and stuff, and my mom had was having a good time with them and stuff, and he's like, your mom pulls up at this gas station and she forgot to put her legs down when she stopped. Like she just fell right over at the gas pump. And then she quickly got back up real quick and like picked the bike up and all that. But or they said there was another time where they were riding together in a car and they had gone, off base to go do something, and my mom had forgotten her wallet or something like that, with her ID, so that they could get back on base. And the guy said that my mom straight up, when they pulled up at the gate and she didn't have her stuff, that my mom took her shirt and just went like that and flashed the Marine her boobs, and the guy was just like, go right in, like flagged her in, like, and I was like, what? Like, never heard any story like that about my mom. And he was like, oh yeah, I got all kinds of stories like that if you want to hear them. And I was like, yes please. And so I ended up pulling my phone out, like literally asked him, like, can I record some of this so I can write it down later? And he was like, yeah, sure. Man, so I've got like recordings of stuff like that my mom did, and just a lot of cool stuff, you know, about my mom. I've got her military record that when I first got it, sent from Cleveland to me. Some of the first couple of pages I remember looking at it said that my mom had a scholarship for drums, that she would had played drums for 5 years solid, reading music and all this other kind of stuff. Like my mom was a drum major in high school. Was the first female drum major at her high school in Houma, Louisiana. Like she used to practice the Buddy Rich albums. Like she was like a badass. Like my mom was just like cool before I knew she was cool. Like maybe we would have hung out, as friends, if we would have known each other, like in Back to the Future. Like how Marty McFly goes back and you know. But I don't know. Being an only child is kind of weird, you know. it's got its ups and downs, I guess. You kind of wish you had a brother or sister, but then at the same time, I've got friends that have, like my friend Garrett I was talking about earlier. His brother is somebody that I used to be in a band with, and I know all of his siblings, and I'm not going to air out their stuff on YouTube, but they lost their mom a year before my mom, and things can get real not cool, when there's multiple siblings involved too. Uh, it can get real tough in so many different ways. So I'm glad that I didn't have that part. I didn't have somebody that I was going to be disagreeing about this or disagreeing about that, or arguing about what, you get to keep that and I get to keep this. Not to sound sad or make you guys feel worse, but there wasn't anything for me to take that back. I have my mom's journal, like like actually what belonged to my mom. I have her journal, but that's it. There's nothing else that actually belonged to my mom that I have, because the landlord threw everything away. Everything. So, yeah. So that was great, They even threw my mom's cell phone away. So, yeah. I don't really like I the guy that called me actually had my mom's cell phone, and I stopped after about, I think, like 5 years or so. I messaged him on Facebook, because even after I went over to Louisiana to take care of everything and collect my mom's remains and all this stuff, I messaged him quite a few times over the course of like 5 years, like, hey, are you ever gonna send me my mom's phone? And maybe he didn't think it was that big of a deal, because it's not like anybody could use it anymore. But it was the principle. You know what I mean? It was my mom's phone. I wanted it. I wanted my mom's phone. I wanted her aviator sunglasses. I wanted her tag heuer watch that she had from when she was in the Navy. But none of that stuff was given to me. So, what can you do? Sorry, guys, that I rambled on the way I did, and I wasn't even looking at people saying goodnight and stuff, and inner strength. Thanks for hanging out and stuff. I really appreciate you. And I think that, it was like, I think my mom, when they told me that story about the bike falling over, or her dropping the bike, I think she pulled up, was talking to somebody, and she had a little bit too many margaritas kind of thing, and just pulled up and stopped and did not put her feet down. That's how it was explained to me. But, you know, I don't know, guys. The journal is special. I tread lightly with it though, because I have read it before, like front to back, and there's a couple of times where she was kind of bitching about me. Like there was one time where I was living with her at the time. In the journal she's writing about, she literally says, if she says like one more time, I swear to God. Like she was bitching about me saying the word like, you know. And then there was another time where she said, if she turns my TV off one more time, like, see, I just said it, like, it's hard for me to break that habit too. but my mom used to like to sleep with the TV on, just to have background noise, I guess. And I used to have a bad habit of, when I would leave or go out to the kitchen to get something to drink or something like that when I was right before I moved away, I would, she would be asleep. So I'd go out there and I would turn the TV off. And then, like 20 minutes later or something, she would wake up and it would just really piss her off, I guess, you know. But she was up at like 4 o'clock in the morning anyway. From the, I'm assuming from the military, I guess. Everybody I've ever talked to that's ever been in the military for X amount of years has never really been able to break that, sleeping thing of getting up at the crack of dawn and having their coffee and all that. But, who are you talking to? You saying I need to get some sleep? Yeah, truth, I'm sorry about that, about the you not getting your mom's ashes. Um, I had actually considered trying to like kind of hang on to like a portion of of her ashes, but because of my mom's like, you know, my mom was Catholic. She was not Catholic by choice. When she was growing up, she was Methodist, and she got forced into Catholicism, I guess, because because of the schools she was going to down there. And then she just kind of whatever. So I was just trying to respect her her faith, and all of her, you know, needed to. I felt like all of her needed to go where it needed to go. So, plus I was always like giving myself a complex about if I ever lost it, that I don't know what I would ever do. It's the same thing as the you can't even see it, the flag back there behind me. That's the first thing I'm grabbing. I don't care. Somebody came in here and told me that I had to, vacate the premises. That would be that I grab that, and everything else is replaceable. You know, and that's kind of what I didn't want to deal with my mom's ashes, because I feel like I would have just gone around and pewed everybody. So if something ever happened to it. So. Um, yeah, the landlord. The landlord did not waste any time, by the way. He did not waste any time because they, my mom's date of death was the 23rd of November, but technically she died like a couple days prior, but they still ruled her date of death as the 23rd. And so when I got over to Louisiana, like, I want to say like my mom, when it happened in 2010, and 23rd, the day after, was uh like Thanksgiving. Literally. I didn't even celebrate Thanksgiving, And then I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 days after that I got on a flight and just flew straight over there, you know. And I went to the bar that my mom would hang out at because her friends were there, and the bartender, basically told me all these stories about my mom and how everybody loved her and stuff. And and I've been on Dee Dee's channel. We've talked about this before, but they filmed this movie called Battleship. It had like Rihanna in it, and like the Skarsgård. I can't remember which one. The guy from True Blood, and this other guy that I can't remember his name, but he's a really good actor. And he was in I don't know, some show on Netflix that I can't remember the name of it right now. But the movie's called Battleship, and it was just your typical action movie, and it came out in like 2012, and it was about like aliens in the and then using the concept of the actual game Battleship and the whatever. Basically, though, there's like the first like 10 minutes of the movie or so, maybe, there's like a scene where there's this woman and she walks into this bar, and it's the bar that my mom hung out at. And so as the woman's coming in and the camera's panning with her, and as it's coming this way, they start showing all these people sitting along the edge of the bar. My mom's sitting there at the bar, like she got used as an extra in the movie. So I freaking went to the movies and I watched it on the huge big screen. I got to see my mom for like 1, 2, 3 seconds, and that was it. But hey, that's freaking cool, man. Being able to say my mom would call me on the phone when they were filming this dang movie, and she was griping and bitching to me and like, I don't ever want to do this again. I don't want to be an extra in a movie. It's a pain in the ass and blah blah blah. And I'm like, she's like, I swear, if I hear that director say, "Can I get another shot of the burrito?" one more time, I'm gonna snap. And I was like, okay, what are you talking about? And then the movie comes out in 2012, which was like, their budget must have been crazy because it took them so long to release the movie. And then I go to the theater and I'm sitting there with my friend and I see the scene, and the guy's, you know, got holding this burrito in his hand. He's trying to hold it up to the girl because he's on the ground. He just came, basically broke into a convenience store, the scene in the movie, and he steals this burrito and, to give it to the girl because the kitchen and the bar was already closed, and he was trying to flirt with her and all that. And so he's, uh, you know, making his way back across the street at the same time. I think he's getting tased by a cop or something like that. And he's like holding up this burrito. And right then, as I saw that scene, I just started crying, like happy tears, and I looked over at my friend who was watching it with me in the theater, and I'm like, that's the burrito my mom was talking about. And she was like, what? And I was like, sorry, you had to be there. And like all these times I kept hearing my mom say, bitching about this burrito, and I had no idea what she was talking about. I kind of wish that she would have seen the end result, of the movie. And I don't know if you're into like weird stuff like I am or not, but we actually stuck around and watched the entire movie. And it's all right. If you're into like action movie stuff, it's okay, But the very end of the movie, there's a scene where all the Navy guys are in their dress white uniform and they're having like this award ceremony. But the background, it's not Arlington and it's not a cemetery. But the way the scenery is, it gives it kind of that feel for some reason. And they're all wearing their dress white uniforms, and that's like, they only do that for special occasions. And the song that starts playing right as the movie's about to end and the credits are about to roll is by that band, the Band of Horses. And it was that song Funeral. I was like, seriously? Like, it felt like, my mom couldn't be there to see it, but that was like some weird sign. Like damn. Like, this is so freaking cool. And there was like real, Navy veterans that were used in the filming of it. They had like one of the guys that had started the Wounded Warrior Project was actually in the movie. Like, it was so cool. My mom had no idea that there was like actually that much naval stuff in the movie because she didn't even know what the movie was about. You know, they filmed the majority of it in Hawaii. So I don't know. I just thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, maybe it was her telling me she was there. You know, this is gonna be one of those. This is gonna be one of them streams that nobody's gonna want to go back and watch. But if they did, they would definitely find out some stuff. They'd be like, "What was she talking about? What happened? Why'd you dip out on Patriot Pride stream last night?" I didn't do it on purpose. I needed to go decompress, I guess, But I'm still glad that people came. Yeah. And you know what else inspired Michelle? So my mom was in that, Battleship movie. But I had a great uncle, my basically it was my great grandma's brother, and his name was John Sonny Fowler. He went by Sonny, and so he's my uncle Sonny. He's no longer alive, of course. I mean, he was like 80. I think he was like 89 when he passed away. Um, but he used to do extra work. He used to because they filmed a lot of movies and TV shows in Louisiana. Like I think they're one of those states that gets the tax break and whatever film credit and all that stuff. So like there was some movie that came out, I think in it was either the late 70s or the early 80s, something like that, but it was called like Everybody's All American. I think Dennis Quaid was in it. It was like a football movie. My uncle Sonny was in that movie. He played like the other team's like coach or something like that. You couldn't really see him, but because he was just an extra. And then he was in an episode of Touched by an Angel. He was in some show that was called like Midnight Caller or something like that back in the day in the 80s or something. But his number one claim to fame that he just thought was absolutely like the bee's knees was he got to be in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And it's a scene where they're like in the church or something like that, and everybody's like up and they're all clapping, and it was like right at the end of them performing, the Constant Sorrow song, and you can see him clear as day, way longer than you could see my mom. But he felt like he was hot shit when he did that movie because when they were filming it, he was sitting down by some like oak tree or something eating a sandwich, and over walks George Clooney. Decided to sit down next to him because he had no idea who he was. Like, my uncle had no idea who the heck George Clooney was, didn't care. But George Clooney cared that my uncle didn't know who he was, and he appreciated that he wasn't, getting bombarded and stuff. So he said he sat there and ate his egg salad sandwich with George Clooney. And then when he told everybody in the family, like I remember my cousin, her name was like Diane. She's like older than me. It's weird having. She's not alive anymore either, but it's weird. I only have literally like one family member left, and it's a cousin, my cousin Lane, that called or messaged me at the very beginning of this, and we're we're not as close as we could be, but I think we're working on it. I love him to death, Lane. If you're sure, I seriously doubt he's still watching right now, um, but yeah, everybody was just like, "Oh my God, you sat next to George Clooney and you didn't even ask him for an autograph?" And my uncle's just like, "I don't know who the heck he is." He had no idea. He's like, It was George Clooney. Like you have to, like you gotta remember, like my uncle was so old at that time. I mean, he was like 40 something years old when Buddy Holly came out. You know, like that was already noise to him. Like Buddy Holly was like noise to my uncle. You know, it's also like, he was married to his wife for like 64 years or something like that. Like that's just like that's insane. That's crazy. That's awesome. It's great, you know. But anyway, he was the one that I think that I have. Everybody used to tease me back in the day because my uncle Sonny, he liked to talk, and they would always kind of say, "I think you got your Uncle Sonny's genes." I mean, I could talk, but I also feel like I get flustered a little bit. I mean, this is the first for me. I don't think I've never done this before, and yeah, exactly. I feel like I could tell that about you, Mr. Rooster. Like you probably have like that. I don't know. Are you into like the like kind of rockabilly type style of, do you wear like Dickies jeans and roll the bottoms up and stuff when you ride your motorcycle and that kind of thing? It's something you truly never get over, but just keeps them alive in your conversation and thoughts. They send us signs. Oh yeah, I believe in that stuff. I believe in that stuff, and I also believe in, when you see cardinals. I see cardinals all the time, and I mean, and you know, a lot. What's weird is I've seen cardinals more living in Florida than I ever did living in Virginia, and cardinals are the state bird of Virginia, which is, my backyard when like when it's nice out. I don't have a backyard, but when I go out my door in the back of the house I live in, like the parking lot, whatever you want to call it, because it's just sand basically. All the trees and stuff, man. All like the cardinals, they just all start going off. The little chirp noise that almost sounds like two coins clicking together, like they're just going off everywhere. Little babies and it's really cool. But yeah, it's just weird. And all the times I lived up there for like from the age of 6 till I was like 21, basically 22, something like that. I can't believe that. I can't believe that there's still 16 people that have been sitting in here listening to me talking about what I've been talking about, because it's been a kind of a you know it's a it's been a lot, and I don't know. I'll definitely have more to talk about. I've been working on some stuff, and I think behind the scenes, like me and Truth will figure out how to, you know, um, what did you not say? Oh, fat too. Oh God, doing great. All my genes have. Yep, I knew it. Yep, short, old and short. Oh man, you guys are awesome. Oh, that's special. I love. Yeah, hummingbirds. Nanette, you ever? I don't know if you're ever on Facebook, but there's a guy that I follow. I can't remember what his name is. I don't even know why I'm dropping it right now, but There's a guy I follow on Facebook, and he's always got the most patience in the world because he's almost got like these hummingbirds trained in a way. Like he'll sit there forever with the little thing in his hand with the little flower and the nectar and stuff, and he'll just sit there waiting, and the little hummingbirds will come, and they'll just hover right there, and then they'll get it out, and then they'll just like, and he does that like almost every other day on his stream. It's so freaking cool. I mean, he's got like, a really nice camera on slowed down with the frame rate so you can see their wings, flapping and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Yvonne. I would say that no matter what you do, though, I've told other people. I had a friend that I told one time she hadn't talked to her mom in a couple months, um and my mom had just passed, and she saw how much it really affected me, that like it affected her, and she ended up taking a trip. They weren't even on speaking terms, but she took a trip to go see her, and she's still to this day, whenever I talk to her, she says that she's glad she did that, because she ended up losing her mom too, like it was a couple years later, of course, but she said, you know no matter what, if it's not something like extremely unrepairable, I'd say do whatever you got to do to like make the time you can, because you it's all just borrowed, you know what I mean? It's Nothing's guaranteed. Like, I'm not even guaranteed that I'm going to wake up tomorrow, you know? But every day that I do, I am glad, you know? I feel blessed. I feel blessed that I just got a wild hair up my butt today and decided to go live for the first time. Like, there's been a couple of times in other chats even where even like Mr. Rooster's been kind of like, "You gonna go live tonight?" And I'm just like, "What? No." And then like, another night and be like, "You gonna go live tonight?" I'm just kind of like, and I would think to myself, why is he asking me if I'm gonna go live tonight? I can't do that. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, wait a minute, yeah, I can go live. I can do that. I can do that anytime I want. Just needed 50 people to subscribe, and I was already past that. It was just, like I said, I just want to get the, you know, OBS, StreamYard, whatever I got to do. I think I'll start off with StreamYard first, learning it. But the fact that OBS is free and you can do more with OBS makes me want to put in the time and the effort to learn it, get it down, you know, and and then, you know, but if we can get StreamYard going, and the next time I have one of these, we can all, people can come on, people can talk, actually, you know what I mean? Lost my mom in a house fire 3 years ago, and I tell everyone to cherish the time they have with their mom because I wish I still. Exactly, Casey. Exactly. Cherish every moment you have, and if there's anybody, even your friends, even if you're somebody like me who doesn't really have, any blood family members really left, I still I still try to talk to people as much as I can. And there's even been times where like inner strength has given me some words of advice, because I got upset one day because I had reached out to a friend and they weren't answering, and I felt like I've been reaching out to this friend a lot lately, and they're just not you know, and I took it really personal. And she suggested, did you send them a message and ask them, do you mind, hey, I want to talk to you, can we talk? And I've never done that. I've always just I just call the person, you know, just call you. You don't answer. All right, fine. I guess you don't want to talk. I'll leave a voicemail. Hey, so and so, blah blah blah. Okay. And I got like this complex, and it all really goes back to, it's me not answering the phone when my mom called, So it's declining a phone call to play a video game was just something that obviously I kind of struggle with, I guess, kind of beat myself up about it, I guess, even though it's been all these years, no way to, you know, it's, there's nothing you can do, you know, it is what it is. And you just kind of, I don't know, just trying to hope you get through your days and maybe we end up coming out on the other side somewhere, I was angry and mad at how people treated situations, and that was holding me back in life. But I forgive my mom for anything, because when you look at it, this is how she knew how to love. Very much so. And I have been live for over 4 hours. That's crazy. You know, it's so true to say that, inspired, because my mom, like, my mom told me, one of the last things she told me is that she was proud of me and she thought I was a badass. And I was like, you're a badass. You, like, did all this stuff and then went through losing your mother while taking care of a child at the same time, alone, and still having to go to work and do all this shit. And she lost her mom. I was 11 when that happened. My grandma lived at home with us. My mom had to do all that shit and still be able to deal with me. And I don't know about you guys. I'm not trying to toot my horn or anything, but I think for the most part, I think I kind of ended up okay. I mean, I got some hurt and some pain and all that, just like everybody does. But you know, I'm alive. I'm not in jail. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not. Not my life's not going down the tubes right now. You know, I mean, yeah, it's 4:30 and I'm talking to a bunch of strangers. No offense to you guys, but you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is it could be worse. you know, yeah, that's the part that I cherish, and I'm sorry. Inspired. You have to just know, like, if she was telling other people, but she didn't tell you, it's okay though, because deep down that she did. And I felt the same way. Truthfully, I didn't realize how cliche. That it's true. People, we really do want their approval. We just want them to tell us that they're proud of us too. You know, no matter how much you might think you're not, or it could be a fuck up or whatever. Or maybe you think you're an awesome, and your shit don't stink, and you've just accomplished all these things in your life, but for some reason you haven't gotten that pat on the back or that attaboy. It's priceless. It's one of the best feelings in the world to genuinely have your own parent tell you that they're proud of you. So I feel bad for anybody that has to go through that. You know, sometimes it's hard to express those kind of emotions, but I feel like even if she wouldn't have ever said it to me, I still would know, you know, because she wouldn't have been making the certain sacrifices that she had. It wasn't just because I had a social security number. It wasn't just because I was, on paper and, you know, there was if you didn't hear it from the people you needed, oh God, yeah, hear it from me. You matter, you're strong, you bring positive things to the world, you're beautiful, you matter, I'm proud of you. There was an older senior, the birds loved her, came. I'm trying to read this, sorry guys. Ah, wasn't her daughter. Oh, wow. Yeah. How they were loved. Exactly. Our parents do give us love, how they were loved. What's a social security number? It's a good question, Rooster. I don't know. What is a social security number? And how did I pick up more? Well, lost one. I picked up two and then I lost one. Let's see. I think I will go for a couple more minutes and then I'm going to start telling all of you guys good evening or good day. Have a good day. Because I mean, eventually the next time you guys catch me live, hopefully I'll have figured out how to make my camera not do the opposite of what I'm doing so that it's not mirrored unless I just take it off or something, I don't know. And try to have like a more structured, maybe talking points or something. I don't know. I don't really want to bore you guys either, or I don't necessarily have like a structured thing right now. Just kind of going flying by the seat of my pants, you know? That's what I do. It's like the emoji, you know? Oh, man. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, I have to thank, I have to give thanks to, Patriot Pride and Richard tonight for inspiring me to, you know, go and collect my thoughts a little bit, and it's kind of like having a study hall, basically. I I promise you, I promise you, Julie, we're gonna we're gonna make it happen. We will make sure that the next time we do this, and I feel like at some point I'm gonna have like some cool, graphics and all that stuff. I'm dying. I'm dying, guys. See, this is the problem. Is like my friend who got me sick. She said she checked in with me today, and she said, "Are you still feeling crappy?" Because I called out of work today, and I said I didn't answer her completely like how I thought she was gonna want me to answer her because, to be honest with you, I want to like still spend time with her before I leave, and I'm trying to remember what I said to her, but it was something along the lines of like, I feel the same, I think is what I said. And I was like, I'm coughing and, my nose and whatnot. And then she was like, that's strange because that's not what I was dealing with. And I was just like, so what? I think our symptoms are going to be exactly the same? They're not. And to be honest with you, anytime I've ever gotten sick, which I haven't been sick in like almost 2 years, like seriously. And it's probably because I've been living the way I've been living and not been out, around a bunch of people and stuff a lot until recently because I'm leaving. Um, but like ever since I started smoking cigarettes when I was 18 years old. I quit smoking cigarettes when I was 37 or 38. And I got pneumonia, went to the hospital, and the people in the ER basically told me that, I had such bad pneumonia that I had to stay there overnight, and they put me on, some steroids and a bunch of other stuff. And then they had some doctor come in the room and tell me that I had like basically had like COPD and trying to tell me that I had like early stages of like emphysema and all this other kind of stuff. And I got all freaked out. And, I quit smoking cigarettes, and then I went and I saw my doctor first, of course, and then I quit smoking cigarettes. But my own doctor at the time told me, I mean, I don't see any signs of, you know, early stages of this or that or whatever, but, they basically scared me so bad that I quit smoking cigarettes. But of course, I, switched to vaping, which is not good either. So my goal by when I get up to Virginia is I'm going to be living with my friend who is going to help me get off of nicotine. um, Even if I got to switch to like gum and patches or something for a little while, I'm willing to try that. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is that basically anytime I get sick, though, it ends up becoming like an upper respiratory infection. Like 9 times out of 10. And I've been doing everything in my power, aside from, of course, hitting my vape. But I've been like, this chair, I've been trying to, yeah, vaping is smoking, just a different form. I know, you're right. But I can honestly tell you that if I was still smoking like I used to be, I was bad. I was like smoking like 2 packs a day, or like a pack and a half a day, rather. And right now, I would be like, I wouldn't even be able to talk to you guys. I would be like, my chest would be so, like, just gross, like gurgly, and, I would be hacking up all kinds of nasty, nasty stuff. And, um, I mean, tonight, another reason why I'm, the way I am anyway is because for the past, like, you know, when I first got sick and my throat was bothering me really bad, I still kept working. I didn't call out of work, which I should have, but I didn't. And I kept working, and I ended up like really straining my throat and my voice anyway. Because I mean, I have to talk for like 8 hours a day anyway. You know, that's what I do. Answer the phones for the hospitals and the medical offices and stuff up in Massachusetts. But so I guess I'm kind of used to talking, but yeah, so I talk. I talk too much. You know, can't help it. I love you all. I've got to go wake my husband up for work. Truth warrior, you're the best. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, you're coming back. Yeah, I'll still be on. I mean, everybody can leave when they want to. I'm freaking out right now though because there's 23 people watching and my number is 23. Um, can make 24 if we have to, or 25. I mean, I've got 42 likes. That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome, actually. Um, I gotta tell you, I'm glad we met. Me too, man. I'm glad we met too. And I wasn't trying to say that, like, if about the whole banner thing, like, I'm not trying to pressure you at all. And I wasn't, honestly, when I made mine, I was hoping that when you saw it, that you weren't going to be like, ugh, like, I guess she didn't want to wait. It has nothing to do with that either. I just wanted to do something and see what you would think. Also, it was stupid because I just basically typed random, I just opened Chat GPT and I just literally just said I want a banner for my YouTube channel. And I've been using it enough, I guess, lately that it knew things that I've already talked about, and it just basically that's the image it spit at me. So I was like, huh, that's cool, you know. But you know, I've got like a couple other ones that I kind of did too, but I chose that one because it just looked more, Plus, I remember what you said about making sure the dimensions were right because of the when you look at it on your phone or when you look at it on the TV, you don't want it to be like cut off a certain way. And I've noticed a couple other streamers out there. They theirs looks really cool, but unfortunately, I don't think they have their dimensions right or something because it's cut off when I look at it on my phone and stuff, or but that Chat GPT knows about you and creates it. Yeah, yeah, it's uh, it's pretty cool. I mean, I've kind of gotten lucky with a couple of things that I've made in there, just to mess around. I mean, like I messed, the guys, some of the streamers lately that let me, for fun, just for fun, make them have dreadlocks and stuff. That was just something stupid that started on 857's chat one night when he was on, and I don't even know how it came up, but he had Shibby on, and then I just said, all right, whatever. I went real fast and did it, and then thankfully I was already in Discord, so I put it in the 857 Discord, and it was like a hoot. I mean, not for nothing, but the one I did a Shibby, it looks like he's supposed to have dreads. The rest of them are just stupid, funny looking. You know what I mean? But the Shibby one looks like real. Like it looks like that's really, really him. You know. But I even tried to mock up something else, but it wouldn't let me because unfortunately it was a, like a Disney image or something, you know. Yeah, exactly, Nanette. I feel like, you know, for people that are susceptible to that kind of stuff, it's it's always yeah, it's pretty nuts. What's crazy, Julie? Wow, that's crazy. What's crazy? This is like, I almost kind of wish that there was like a, well, there again, once we get the panel stuff going, this we won't have to deal with this so much, but I almost wish there was almost like a little speaker thingy, like a, like how you can send texts and stuff, and you got the little audio thing that'll actually like record. You can say something, and then your friend gets it, and they can listen to you. I kind of wish that there was like a little 5-second clip thing, you know, that everybody could have, and then they could just, and and I'll click on it, and I would be like, Julie, what's crazy? And then Julie could say something real quick, you know, whatever. Maybe I'll start my own network one day. It'll be called TubeU instead of YouTube. I don't know. Love you all. Sikorsky, you got 44 likes and 21 watching. Congratulations. Yes, thank you. Do you know how wild that would be? You'll have like 1 million voice. Yeah. Yeah, that would be wild. Started making the app inspired. Good. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Like, basically we all just have little like pagers or like Nextel phones. Phone number work. Phone number work? What does that mean? The one you mentioned earlier. Oh yeah. Um, I mean, my phone number does work. I don't mind giving it out. I remember one night I was trying to yeah, bring pagers back. Exactly. Nextel would be great. They were on to something with Nextel. They should have kept that around. Um, what was I gonna say? Damn it. Oh yeah, so one night I was in the chat in one of the other streams, and I was trying to like, I think we were trying to figure out how we were gonna do some kind of hangout stream or something at some point. I remember Julie was in the chat too, and I was trying to like give Rooster my number or something, and I was like, I can spell it out, and he was like, don't put your number. I was like, oh yeah, that's probably not a good idea, because I was gonna spell it out. You know how people do on like, yeah, thank you. That number does work, by the way. Um, but you know how like people do on like Facebook or or Craigslist or something like that, and they type their number out, but they'll type like FOUR, and then O, and then type out 7. It was like that. That's pretty much what I was gonna do. It's kind of like the night that uh, I can't remember also what chat we were in, but when we were talking about the unstuff the owl guy, and Sheila was trying to ask. She was trying to figure out who we were talking about, and so I started to type his name out, but I was typing it all out like phonetically. Like, and I remember like somebody was like, "Oh my god, like no, I don't think she's picking up what you're putting down." And I realized it was so because other people were reading it too. They were like, "What are you saying?" And I was like, oh god, never mind. We'll just have to. This is why, like, before I got into Discord, 6619933 61993. Yeah, exactly. But when we got into when we got into God, what was it? Man, you guys are messing with. I can't even think straight now. I'm telling you, this is why. Uh, thing is if you just gave me some fake number, Julie, you can delete that if you need to now, so somebody doesn't spam you. Burner phone, yeah. I need a what do you call it? Heisenberg phone, where you can just break it when you're done with it. On to the next one, bitch. I don't know if anybody watched Breaking Bad. You won't take it, stupid. What do you mean? Who? Who are you talking about? I took it. Are you talking about Rooster or are you talking about me? Okay, mine is gonna be one number up and backwards. I'm stupid. When are you guys gonna go out to lunch? You gonna go out to lunch after you come back from Tejas? Teja? I'm still curious. I wonder if we're ever gonna find out one day if we're ever gonna find out one day what Rooster looks like in like our secret little science club, or whatever you want to call it. Because it literally that's how, like, I hate to say it. There's cliques, all right. There's cliques out there, but I don't want it to be like a clique. I mean, to be fair, I think there's always going to be kind of a clique with, like, yeah, Breakfast Club, exactly, Doug. I think there's always going to be kind of a clique with, like, the original three, which is how I feel about it, like me, Julie, and Rooster. Hey, I don't know if I can use that though, because I feel like don't worry, Rooster, I wouldn't put you in dreads. I feel like somebody already has that though. Like, isn't there some podcast or something where they use the Breakfast Club as their, oh, don't even get me started, Michelle, on John Hughes. Okay, my favorite movie of all time is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So, you know, like, seriously, we could talk forever about, yes, Pretty in Pink, Ducky, yes. We could go on and on. John Hughes, like, I'm not even joking. If you want to leave, if there's anybody in here that gets offended or feels like I'm a weirdo for saying this, sorry. But when John Hughes died, I cried. Like I lost a family member. Like, I'm not even joking. I cried the same way when they had Michael Jackson's funeral on television, you know. But, like, seriously, John Hughes is like, yeah, like, so many good. Oh yeah, Goonies. Seriously, like, name me a John Hughes movie that sucks. I could watch Goonies like all day long too. I love that movie. You know what's messed up is I haven't seen, or I hadn't seen all of the Breakfast Club, like from beginning to end, until like maybe a couple years ago. Like I would say, like in my 40s was the first time I actually saw the Breakfast Club from beginning to end. Because I always just would watch like the end, or not the end, but the main ending part, when they're in the very end of the movie, basically. The Back to the Future ride at Universal Studios, I have to say, sucked. Like, seriously. Like, it was the roughest ride. Like, it was a simulator ride. And by the time you got off that thing, your neck hurt so bad and your eyes were bothering you because of the 3D stuff. Maybe not everybody, but people like me that wear glasses, like 3D stuff, like really, really messes with you. But, all right. I'm worried now. How do I hold on a second here? Talk amongst yourselves. Just kidding. I have to figure this out. I'd be like one of those boomer people. That name even come about, it's like annoying. Okay, boomer. Like, would I have been calling my mom that? My mom was still around? Would I have said that to her? I can't get on rides. I'm not tall enough. Psh, yeah, okay. Has anyone seen The War with Kevin Costner? Yes. That is a great movie. The War with Kevin Costner. A lot of people don't talk about that movie. That is a great movie. Seriously. Thank you for bringing that up, Yvonne. Like, I remember watching that movie in the theater when it came out. You can't reach the line. No. They have a trick for that. I've seen videos on like Facebook when you just like put stuff inside of your shoes and that way it lifts you up. Yeah, oh brother, where art thou? I was talking about that one earlier because my great uncle was like an extra in the movie. Uh, Alien, the first one. Nobody in space can hear you. In space, no one can hear you scream. The movie poster is amazing. Um, Silver Linings Playbook. I've honestly, what's messed up? I've never seen that movie. I've never watched it. I the first Alien movie, honestly, is that movie still holds up. It the first Alien movie was like what? Wasn't it like made in like wearing a blue shirt and a hat? Love you, girl. Yes, gotcha, gotcha. Um, Jay and Silent Bob. What about okay, Kevin Costner, Black and White? I don't know what that is. What about okay? How about I mean, you brought up Kevin Costner. What about Dancing with Wolves? Anybody like that movie? You know? Yeah, exactly. 79. I was gonna say Alien came out in 79, and if you watch it now, I feel like you'd be crazy to say that it doesn't still hold up. Like it's scary as shit. and it looks like just the the ambience. Like, oh man, yeah, f that, dude. Those face hugger things. Ah, Big Fish, Green Mile, Forest, E.T. Yeah, all great ones. Jaws, A League of Their Own. There's no crying in baseball. Oh yeah, he raises his black grandchild. I'll have to see that. I'll have to look at that. I think I know what you're talking about though. Um, Mystic Pizza. Yep. Uh, The Warriors. Yep, that's a good one. Oh man, I'm trying to think of like some really left. No, when I went to get it, it was gone. No worries, I will get it from Sikorsky. I gotta do a banner, then email it. Yeah. Um, trying to think. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's me. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Sorry. Hey, thank you. Sikorsky's League of Their Own. Colors. Is that the like the I'm thinking of the color money, the pool game. What is Colors? Revenge of the Nerds. Absolutely. I think somebody from the Revenge of the Nerds franchise just passed away recently. Like the big guy in it with the squirrely hair. How about, well, I know Colors is game. Okay, whatever. You guys are messing with me now. What about man, I just lost me for a second. I just had a movie on the tip of my tongue, and now, yeah, but no, I don't know if it was Booger. No, not Booger. It was, oh, I just thought of another movie though that I was thinking of. Blood in, blood out. When I think of blood in, blood out, that makes me think of that Stigmata movie. Um, Robert Carradine. Yeah, maybe it was Robert Carradine. But I'm thinking of, dude, Drumline. Drumline is an underrated movie, believe it or not. It's a very underrated movie. I think because of what's his face? What's his name? Uh, uh, what's his dang name? He used to be married to Mariah Carey, which I thought was crazy because even he looked like a child married to her. But Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, yeah. Oof. Oh my gosh, Michael B. Jordan. Um, no, no, somebody else. Nick Cannon. Yeah, that's who it is. Nick Cannon. No, but you know what movie I was also gonna say? Thelma and Louise is great. Yeah, exactly. 19 children now. That's crazy. What about Raising Arizona? Eh? That guy that on the motorcycle with the freaking grenades and stuff? Yeah, that was a that was a great movie. I love that movie. And I mean, I've got a soft spot for like John Goodman, like not necessarily like nowadays, but like he's older, like when he was on Roseanne and Big Lebowski, and yeah, I love John Goodman. Um, and I mean Nicolas Cage, yeah, yeah, some good stuff. Reservoir Dogs. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that scene where he's dancing around, stuck in the middle with you, like that. Oh god, it was like one of the best scenes in a movie ever. Orange, Clockwork Orange is what you're thinking, Julie. That movie is. hard for me to watch. It's I've seen it like a couple of times. What's your favorite? What's one of your faves? Rooster? Kaiser Sose and what was that movie? The Usual Suspects? What is that movie? Stanley Kubrick. Yeah. Yeah, Ghosts. Yeah. Reservoir Dogs is I will say that the first time I ever saw Reservoir Dogs, the first time anybody sees Reservoir Dogs, you got to admit, like I'm not going to ruin it for anybody that hasn't seen Reservoir Dogs, but the way it ends, it's like, like what the fuck? It's great. Um, you know, I used to be one of those people that I didn't really care for Pulp Fiction that much, and then recently I've watched it a couple more times, over the years, and it's definitely grown on me more. Like I like it a lot more now than I did. But I have to say that like Reservoir Dogs, I think I would watch that if I had to take my pick between the two. I'd probably still pick Reservoir Dogs. But if I had to take my pick with all of Tarantino's movies, you know what? It's kind of I hate to say it, but it's like a weird toss up for me between Django and Kill Bill. Like Kill Bill and Django, like I mean, the ending of Django when he's just just freaking annihilating everybody is just it's such a freaking good movie, man. I saw that movie 3 times in the movie theater because I thought it was so freaking good. I was like, this movie's awesome. And I had the movie soundtrack too. I used to listen to it in the music store I worked at, not realizing that it was the actual like score that had all the in between parts, like all the bad words and shit. So we'd be like hanging out, and it'd be like that song Freedom would come on, Freedom, and then next thing it would be like, motherfucker, shut up. I'm like, holy shit. And I go running over to the faders real quick and like pull the faders down real quick, and then you'd hear like Rick Ross like singing about, I got 99 coffins, and the way he was when I first heard him singing it, I had no idea that he was saying 99 coffins. I thought he was saying 99 black dolphins. Black dolphins. Like I thought he was saying black dolphins. Like I didn't know he was saying black coffins. Like a dumbass. Weekend at Bernie's, the best thing about that movie is the scene where they're sitting down at the table with the chairs, and Andrew McCarthy is sitting there with the guy that plays Bernie, and he's got the string tied to his hand, and he's like pulling the string, and he's like, raising his arm up like that. That was like apparently not even, it wasn't even like part of the script. Like he just did that. And it's like, I remember watching that. I used to go to the movie theater with my mom. Like that was our thing. After my grandma passed away, we were always, but even before that, that was our thing. My mom was a movie buff, and we would just go and see all these movies all the time. And what's messed up is when I was 6 years old, my mom took me to the movie theater to see Platoon. Like, what? Looking back on it now, I'm like, it all makes sense, Like, why she didn't just leave me at home or have a babysitter watch me. My grandma could have watched me. I was only 6 years old. Why she took me to go see Platoon? And I love that movie. But the scene in Platoon, where the guy is Willem Dafoe is, he's running in the fields and he's getting shot and he's falling down. They've got adagio for strings playing, and it's just super like, oh man, that's like, that shit scarred me. Like, thanks, mom. Yeah. Sleepless in Seattle. I have a confession to make. I've never seen Sleepless in Seattle. And I've also never watched the entire Blues Brothers movie. I have seen Stripes. I love Stripes because I love Bill Murray. Like, Bill Murray's one of my favorite people of all time. Like, I can watch Bill Murray being an asshole and still like it. Because I just like Scrooge, the movie Scrooge. Oh my god. I love Bill Murray in that. He's such a jerk. And it's just funny as hell. Uh, Tom Hanks, I mean, Ghostbusters. Yeah, Ghostbusters is great. We Be Fast. You, two in the box, ready to go. We be fast and they be slow. Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. Yes. And the lady from the Hidden Valley Ranch commercials. Does everybody remember that lady? Hidden Valley Ranch. I can't remember that lady's name, but she's in the movie Back to School. Twister. Oh my god. We got debris. And then the cows like flying through and shit. You don't understand what it's like when he goes from this house to that house, skips that house. City Slickers. Best actor ever, in my opinion. Who? Who is the best actor ever, in your opinion, Doug? I miss what you said? Are you just chiming in that way? Tom Hanks? I mean, Forrest Gump definitely. Forrest Gump. It's a pretty. It's it's a pretty damn good movie, and I don't know if I necessarily would want to watch, Castaway multiple times, but he was definitely good in that. And Saving Private Ryan, I think, was a collective effort, though, with everybody that was in that movie, because it was a great movie. Tremors, oh my god, Tremors is one of the best. Like, I don't know, I don't want to offend anybody because if you watch it now, it's funny, it really is, but it's also like kind of scary in a way. Mannequin, hell yeah. Uh, List is so long, yeah, for real. Um, Christine, that's the one. That's the Stephen King movie, right? The car. Best Sandler is Happy Gilmore and Waterboy. Eh. Oh yeah, Nanette. Big. Sorry, Doug. I have to say Big. Big. Big is my favorite Tom Hanks movie. I totally forgot. You know. Stop it. Tremors reminds me of holes. Yeah, that's true. I do too. What does that mean? I love Adam Sandler movies too. Stop it. What's the one where he's not the golf one, but the other one where he's like inherited like to like Billy Madison or something like that? Is that what that is? Where he's like yelling at the shampoo bottles or something? Overboard was the worst Adam Sandler movie. Overboard. I don't remember that one. I remember the original Overboard with Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn, which that movie was great. It's funny as hell. It's terrible. I'd have to Jumanji. Hell yeah. Where are you guys getting these symbols from that look like what is that? There's some weird glitch or something that happens like before the word Jumanji. It looks like the symbols that the Blair Witch Project people had hanging from the trees. It's weird. Hoverboard overboard with Kurt Russell, yeah. Oh, it's terrible. No Goldie. It must be like a different. Is it like, oh, 21st Dates? Yeah, I've seen that one. Young Frankenstein. Hell yeah. Yeah. And there was another one that came out with Gene Wilder too. It was like it wasn't black and white, but it had it was like a haunted honeymoon. That's what it was called. That movie was great. It used to come on HBO back in the day. Blazing Saddles. I don't even think that's one of those movies like everybody says, we could just there's no way Blazing Saddles could come out today at all. Like it just couldn't happen. Yeah, I've heard that. They're doing a live action gem. Yep. Yep. Regulators. Young Guns. Dude. What was it? I don't know. Somebody's stream. I said that. Yoo! I'll make you famous. Okay, Morgan Freeman gives a run with Denzel and Ford and Nicholas top five. I don't know. I don't know. Are you asking me? Or are you saying like, okay, Morgan Freeman gives a run, Denzel Nicholas top five. I'm not picking up what you're saying, Doug. You gotta explain to me better. I watched that not too long ago. Blazing Saddles and Love Summer. Give my top five actors. Oh, giving you. Oh, okay, gotcha. Morgan Freeman, Denzel, Ford, Nicholas. Are you saying Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, Harrison Ford, and Jack Nicholas? Or Jack Nicholson? I don't know who. Fast and the Furious movies, man. Julie Bug, I have not watched any of the Fast and the Furious movies, to be honest with you. Thanks, Freeman, Ford, Denzel, Nicholas. Airplane. Naked Gun. Like the Naked Gun, not the newest Naked Gun with Liam Neeson. Still haven't even seen that one. Leonardo DiCaprio is Jack Nicholson's son. For real, right? That's what I think so. I mean, nowadays he's looking like him. He could definitely. Well, wait, wasn't he in a movie with him? Wasn't he in like? Wasn't that The Departed? Right? Okay. Is there anybody in the chat that has not seen The Departed? The movie The Departed? You have not seen The Departed, Julie? Okay, anybody in the chat tonight, put it on your little list in your phone. Watch The Departed. It's a great movie, and you will be not disappointed if you watch it. I'm telling you. It's got Matt Damon and Leonardo DiCaprio. Um, and Jack Nicholson, and I'm trying to think. I think even Mark Wahlberg's in it or something like that. Basically, um, it's about like undercover cop getting close with a gang guy, like a mafia kind of guy, Irish mafia guy or something like that, and and there's a bunch of there's a bunch of twists and turns in it, and it's really freaking good. I mean, to be honest with you, I've gone a long time not watching it, and then I finally did watch it like a couple years ago, and I was like, holy shit, this is what everybody has been talking about. Yeah, it's based on actual events, like Doug's saying, but it's like oof, the twists and the turns in it and stuff will keep you guessing to the point where you're like, wait a minute, you think you know what's going to happen and you don't. So yeah, Matt Damon, Mark Wahlberg, yeah. Fatal Attraction, that's one of those movies like I've always known about it. I know it's part of pop culture for sure, just like Basic Instinct and but I don't think I've ever seen all of Fatal Attraction. I just know that's the one with like Michael Douglas and Glenn Close or something like that, I think, right? Um, Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah, Magic Mike. Oh yeah. Another one that what's his face from Magic? What's that guy's name from Magic Mike? The main guy. Channing Tatum. Is that his name? There was a movie that came out like probably in the past couple years now. It was just called Dog, and it was just about him like having to take on this, his military buddies that had passed away, Dog. And that movie is hilarious. Like the charisma that him and the dog have in the movie, and it's really funny. I mean, anybody that's ever seen movies like Canine or Turner and Hooch, that kind of a dynamic where they're kind of like annoyed by the dog, they're pissed off at the dog, and then eventually, of course, just the antics, the whole you know journey through the movie is kind of funny. It's good. It's lighthearted. Um, I have a hard time watching movies where bad stuff happens to animals. Like John Wick. I think, yeah. Police Academy. Oh my God. Here we go. Steve Gutenberg. Hell yeah. Mahoney. Oh my God. I used to watch Police Academy all the time when I was a kid because I had HBO was the shit. Like all the Police Academy movies. Like dun 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 dun. Yeah. Oh my God. I could Tackleberry, man, all those pranks they did, like, oh God. I love those movies. Three Brothers, Training Day, Along Came a Spider. Yeah. Oh yeah. Those are good movies too, man. Play Misty for me. Mm, yep. E.T. Oh yeah. Why are people Jurassic Park, sorry I didn't even say yes, great movie. First one still holds up. Um you know what I've always wanted to know is I used to have a lot of friends back in the day that said they had some kind of phobia of like ET, the actual like ET himself. Like they were scared of him and stuff. Yeah, me too. The first Jurassic Park. I still like watch there's a whole portion of that movie that I feel like is still like just great. you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the OG one from back in the day. They came out in the 90s. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but the newer ones where they actually make them look like real turtles, like they're weird looking to me. it's I can't hang with that shit. I'd rather look at the ones from the 90s that look like the actual action figures, like April O'Neil and freaking Casey Jones. I had all that stuff. I had all those toys. Obviously, I'm sure all of you can tell by now, never ending story, yeah. But I was a tomboy kid growing up. I had all the cool toys. I had all the Ninja Turtles. I had the gyms. I had My Little Ponies, and I had all the GI Joes and all the kids. I had all the. I was a spoiled single, only child that had all the cool toys. So everybody came over and hung out and played with all my toys. You know, to the point I was like giving them away to people. Man, True Grit. I know, right? I think like what's like epic now? This the Odyssey movie that's coming out or is already out. I don't know. Like it is kind of weird if you think about it. That there's a certain period of time where epic movies were coming out and it's not really a thing anymore. Oh man, that sucks. Yvonne, I understand. I know, right? I wouldn't mind. Be definitely interesting. Nobody, all these movies that everybody's been throwing out here. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Yeah, you would like that. What was his name? I can't remember Sean Penn's character's name. But all these movies everybody's been throwing out, and nobody has said like Braveheart or what about the movie Glory? You guys remember that movie? The one with Matthew Broderick. It was like Civil War movie. Or like Princess Bride, yeah. Okay. So Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Please. I love that movie. Um, Princess Bride, when I was younger, I used to get that movie mixed up with The Labyrinth, right? And I'm one of those people that I've never seen The Labyrinth. I've never watched it. I love David Bowie, but I've never watched The Labyrinth. Just, I don't know, something about it, like that, and oh my god, The Great Outdoors, when the bear gets shot in the ass and his hair just goes and he's like like screaming, running away and shit. Man, that movie was so good. um God, I'm just trying to think. What was he about to say? He said Princess Bride, and then I said something about, yeah, I don't know, National Lampoons. I mean, does anybody like what's on right now? Oh, The Great Outdoors. Oh wow, that's funny. That's freaking funny. Um, yeah, Cocaine Bear. Did you know that Cocaine Bear is based on a true story? Doug, do you know this? Cocaine Bear. It's apparently, yeah, it's a true story. There was these pilots, I guess, there's a plane. They were drug smuggling, and they threw the right. They threw the thing out the window, hoping that it would get retrieved or something like that. And then a freaking bear got into it. They didn't have what they made happen in the movie necessarily happened, but that was crazy. Uncle Buck, man, that's somebody that I miss. John Candy. John Candy is the scene in Uncle Buck where he's in the kitchen with Macaulay Culkin, and Macaulay Culkin's like grilling him, and he's like asking him like 20 questions and shit. That was so great. Oh, like he was so fast and like, like funny as hell. David Bowie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've never seen it. You know. What about? Do you guys remember the movie Legend with Tom Cruise and the devil-looking thing in it? Teo Man and Baby. 3 Men and a Baby or 2 Men and a Baby? 3 Men and a Baby. That had the urban legend where there was a ghost in it. Some kid standing in the window and the curtains and stuff. I remember my friends used to like rent the movie from Blockbuster just so they could try to see the scene. I knew what you meant. Yeah, John Candy was good. Man, this is. I can't even. I'm trying to think like. Because I know there's something that's going to make me be like, oh. Yeah, it was a thing. I don't know if it's. You might have to like look it up on YouTube and see if anybody. The Dark Crystal. That's one I was trying to think of earlier. Um, there was like a urban legend for a long time that um basically um trying to think of how to they said that there was a ghost or something that appeared, but I want to say that like years later they ended up debunking there was like something like a cardboard cutout kind of something, or I don't even know, to be honest with you. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, oh, good night, sweetheart, good night. Is that your goodbye message to me, Julie? Or were you just singing the song from three two 3 Men and a Baby with Steve Gutenberg and and Tom Selleck and Ted Danson? Yeah. Who? Okay. Does anybody remember that Tom Selleck used to look like I don't know, like cool, you know? When he was Magnum PI, you know, like everybody's just I don't know. This it's right on the tip of my tongue. This movie that I keep trying to think of. You would think that if it was so good that I should know it, you know. But yeah, oh, he was hot. Yeah, he was so hot. It's like, I mean, he had the little shorts and the hairy chest and the aviator sunglasses, and Higgins was his like butler guy. Superman, like the OG Superman with like Christopher Reeve, or like the newer Superman, because I gotta tell you, I haven't seen any of the newer Supermans. I've only seen the old ones. The Hills Have Eyes. Oh my god. Oof. Yeah, no. I like the old ones. You know. Nobody's brought up like Indiana Jones or anything like that. OG Batman 1989. Thank you, Mr. Rooster. That's why I knew we are supposed to be friends because I'll die on that hill, man. I will. I still think The Dark Knight and all that stuff is great, you know, but 1989 Tim Burton Batman, like you haven't lived if you haven't seen it and you don't think it should be in the top at least 50 best movies from back in the day. Ah, graduated in 1989? Wow. Oh god, Julie, are you going to work? Are you going to the like the ER? You're going to be hopped up on Red Bull? I feel bad for whoever gets on. All right, everybody, let's hope Julie has a good day today, cause that's not old. You graduated in '89. That doesn't make you old. Michael Keaton, stay at home mom. Yeah, Mr. Mom, wasn't it? Wasn't that what it was called, Mr. Mom? Um, yes, yeah, exactly. Best Batman was Michael Keaton, hands down. You know, I could quote so many lines from that movie too. I mean, my mom took me to see that movie when it came out. I remember walking into the theater, the very beginning of the all of it. Like we had gone to like back when they still had roses. You guys remember those stores? It was like a Kmart, and they had roses, and we went into a roses, and I got a little the Matchbox, or was it Matchbox? What's the other car? The little toy car company. Anyway, I got the little Batwing, and I got the Batmobile, and we went into the movie theater. And I remember as soon as we sat down, something happened. Like something startled me or something, and I dropped the Batmobile, and you could hear it like just go rolling all the way down the bottom underneath everybody's feet. And I just wanted to get that car so bad, and we had to wait till the movie ended so I could go get it. Oh my God, Miss Doubtfire, help is on the way. Uh, Hot Wheels, yeah, that's what it is. Hot Wheels. Thank you, inspired. Stargate, great movie. Kurt Russell and what's his name? Spader, right? Can't remember his first name. That was a great movie. It was an underrated movie, Stargate. Um, yes, I loved Roses. I know. Star Trek, Star Wars, Spun. Oh man, I feel like if you've never done like, you know, drugs, like those kind of drugs, I think they should make kids watch that movie, Spun. You know, like in drug, whatever, whatever they teach in high school, where they teach you about drugs and stuff. They should make kids watch Spun, and then you'll never want to even experience. You know, like ugh, God, it like makes you like not even wanna even be around people that do that stuff. It's such a good movie, but it's uncomfortable. Makes me uncomfortable. Stargate was a really good film. I love history movies and docs. And yeah, I mean, as far as like history movies that are like, what you mean? You mean like actual history movies, or do you mean like movies that are historical, or stuff like Schindler's List, or like Saving Private Ryan kind of thing, or what about? Here's a movie that's probably way out in left field right now because nobody's brought it up, but I figure I'd bring it up. What about that movie Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. I don't think the guy looked anything like Bruce Lee, but I thought it was still a good movie, you know. And hey, since I'm on the subject of Bruce Lee, The Crow, the movie The Crow, you know, I will be the first to say that the movie The Crow, don't don't hate me, but it's not even like that fabulous of a movie, you know? It's a cool movie, but it's just that Brandon Lee just looks so badass in it. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Like the movie itself is like, meh. It's not really like. It's kind of like it's just visually cool to look at, in my opinion. You know, Da Vinci Code, Titanic, Romeo, Juliet. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Titanic. I'm one of those people. I'm weird when the Titanic is on. If it's on like one of the streaming apps or if it's on something that I can actually fast forward, I fast forward all the way to the part where the ship's like actually going down because that's the only part of the movie I like to watch. I'm not into the whole romance story part of it, you know. And I'm one of those people I get mad about the whole, you know, like I don't know. I guess he wasn't able to fit on the door, you know? Was it physically not possible? Wasn't that something that they tried to debunk on like Mythbusters or something like that? Like he wasn't able to. Tomb Raiders. What is that? Like the movie Tomb Raider, or is that something else? My older brother has two boys. My younger brother has two girls. I'm the middle child, and I had a boy and a girl. Dang, Julie Buck. I didn't know you had kids. I mean, I never asked. So yeah, you got it. Okay, Tomb Raider. Okay, so like I don't think I've honestly seen. Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, I don't think I've honestly seen Tomb Raider. I've definitely played the games. You know what I mean? I don't think I've seen the movies. Twins. Tonight is your night. Tonight is your night, bro. Oh man, that movie's the the way their dynamic in it is hilarious. I'm so angry because it's a cult classic now. I wanted the next film done. I read all the books. What you talk about, Nene? The did you like? Oh, John Carter. Yeah. Lord of the Rings. Oh, oh. Well, the movie Twins is good too. Sorry, I see right over my head. If we was a panel, we wouldn't have had this problem. Oh, I'm sorry, Truth. You don't watch TV or movies. So I'm way out on this combo. That's okay. You know, there's part of me that kind of wishes that I could say that myself. You know, everyone always used to say that my son Cooper reminded them of HT, little boy. Oh, uh, so the kid in Pet Cemetery. Truth. I know you said you haven't seen movies and stuff, but you never seen Kindergarten Cop, because the kid in that is the same kid in Kindergarten Cop too. Um, Not the main kid, but he's in Kindergarten Cop. Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery, this scene, that scene where they, ugh, I can't. Oh my god, Skorsky, it's party shoots the bear in the butt. Yes. Yeah, but why are you saying that now? Because I thought we already. What do you mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah. The way he looked, the way he looks. If he looks like that child, it's just probably he just probably looks like that child. I don't think they're saying the way he acts. You had to give me someone who hasn't seen any of these movies hardly. Top five. Do you suggest them to watch? I've seen Titanic, of course. Great Outdoors. Yeah, but why are you saying that now? Because we were talking about the Great Outdoors like a while ago. But I did say something about the bear's ass getting shot. Um, what was The Shining? Yeah. Oh, you're watching it. That's why you're saying that. Um, The Shining. The Shining's not one of those movies that I think people can just watch. It's rough. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to bash your fucking brains in. Like when he says that. Oh my god. Like they all lost their minds a little bit making that movie too. Back of your eyelids, girl. You can you could do it. I was just waiting for people to like start trickling out. Um, I mean, I'll eventually have to end it here at some point. Um, Analyze that dog depending on John. Depends on yeah. The Ring is The Ring is a movie I've never seen. And yeah, which version of Jungle Book? Because I've seen the live action one. He won't ever leave you. You're gonna be here forever now. Um, Trying to think. I don't know actually. Oh yeah, the Disney version. Then the animated Jungle Book. Yeah, you guys right after. Okay, I'm gonna give everybody an assignment. Okay, if you have access to watching the Jungle Book, go watch the clip where he's singing the bare necessities. You know, for the bare necessities, and right as the song is ending, and Blue is like itching himself on a tree or something like that, he says to Mowgli, "Shit, man, we got to get to the tree." He literally says, "Shit, man, we got to get to the tree." Watch it. Listen to it. Tell me you don't hear that. I'm telling you. Bug's Life. Yeah, it was. Neeson is pretty great. Great. Lion King, the first one, the cartoon version of it was great. I think, in my opinion, though, after seeing the live action Lion King movies, that they should have just put Mufasa out and not put the first live action Lion King movie out when it came out, because I think that the Mufasa one was great. Like it tied all these little parts of the story up in a beautiful way. Like honestly, think that movie was great. A lot of people need to watch that movie. But oh my god, Shawshank Redemption, hands down. I don't know why anybody didn't bring that shit up until now. I mean, there's no shortage of being able to find it. Anybody can watch it probably at any given time because it's one of the most not overplayed movies, but it's on a lot. But I know, right? Hands down, we did forget about that movie. It's Shawshank Redemption is, I don't know, man. It's an underrated movie. It's a great movie, but I still think it's underrated. The Green Mile too. Oh my god, The Abyss. Oh my god, that's where that shit is? Truth? That plant, that place where they filmed that, that's by you? Oh my god. That's awesome. I know, I heard about, I just recently watched like a little mini documentary even on YouTube, cuz I always watch these like 15 facts you didn't know about this movie and that movie and all this shit. And The Abyss, I remember watching that part about it because they just left it there. Like they built all that shit for those scenes and they just left it. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. The Abyss is one, that movie's amazing too. Way ahead of its time. Interstellar. I'd have to watch that movie again. That's with like Leaving Las Vegas. Julie Bug, Leaving Las Vegas. Are you talking about the movie with Nicolas Cage? Because if that's the case, that movie is, if you've ever, okay, if you've ever known anybody that's had a severe problem with alcoholism, that movie is it's a tearjerker. It's a tearjerker for sure. Because you like, you know it's coming, but you still don't really know how you're supposed. Like, it's, man, it's such a good movie, but it's a tearjerker for sure. Top five scariest movies. I mean, it depends on, because I'm one of those people that when I think of scary movies, I think of like psychologically scary messes with me. Yeah, exactly. What are the top five you never watch again? American Mary. I don't think I've ever heard of that. The one with the clown. It. You talking about It? We all float down here. The original, like one from the '90s with Curry, Tim Curry as Pennywise, Flubber. I think that was like supposed to be one of those like, oh man, I don't like clowns. Wasn't that one of those like kind of like, no offense if that's if you like it, but I thought that was like one of those floppy, like a flop kind of movie for, was it like Eddie Murphy was in that movie or something? I don't know if anybody's seen that documentary about Eddie Murphy recently, but it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was because I mean he's always been so private and stuff. And the movie was great, or the documentary was great. Tooth Fairy, the newest version of Doctor Dolittle. I don't think I've seen it. I did it too. I love Jerry Lewis. The original, yeah, yeah. Seriously, Candyman, Cabrini Green, the place that they based that out of in Chicago, from what I've been told by people, is supposedly haunted anyway. Like for real. Lost City. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't. I don't. Oh, Amityville horror. Yeah. See, there's something wrong. There's like a glitch happening or something on my in my chat. I don't know what that is. I wish you guys could see what I'm seeing. Clowns don't bother me. Maybe if I had to deal with growing up when, John Wayne Gacy was, doing his thing. Murders the house that Jack built. Henry, oh yeah, I spit on your grave. That's, yeah, it's one of those movies that, eh. Okay, there's one movie that I will say right now that I've seen once, and I will never watch it ever again. And I think there might be some people in the chat that would, know what I'm talking about. Movie came out back in like the 2000s, I think. I think Michelle already left. She probably, if she was still here, she would know. Um, okay, so I think the worst movie, period, and I don't even think it's like necessarily like bad made or anything like that, but it's just like the content, and it's just not something that you can watch more than once, in my opinion. But Requiem for a Dream, no. And I guarantee you, if there's anybody in this chat that hasn't seen it and you go watch it, don't don't blame me for bringing it up. I'm trying to warn you that I don't think you should watch it. Like, and now you're gonna want to probably go watch it, and then you're gonna be like, oh God, yeah, exactly, Requiem. Nope. Yeah, I don't either. Giddy up, go. What was that? Yeah, you're not missing anything, Truth Warrior. Trust me. Oh, Requiem for a Dream, Yvonne. Just Beetlejuice is great. I like the first one. I tried to watch the newest, Beetlejuice 2 or whatever, and I couldn't. Uh Requiem for a Dream, Truth Warrior, it's got like Jared Leto in it, and I can't remember who else, but it's just not good. It's all about like drugs and a lot of like bad sexual things in it and stuff like that. It's just not a good movie. But it was like one of those movies that came out back in the day that everybody's, you had to watch it. Uh, oh yeah, sorry. And kind of like, like the movie Kids, and like there's just a bunch of movies back in the day that came out that, it's I had friends and we used to get together and have movie watching parties, like on the weekends. We'd go to like or not Barnes and Nobles. We'd go to like Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or whatever was out at the time, and go rent something, and then we'd go watch it, and then we'd all sit there and talk about it like we're kind of doing right now. But yeah, I don't know. I Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nanette. I tried to watch the new one too, and I was just like, it's kind of bummed out. Edward Scissorhands with Johnny Depp, which, in my opinion, I don't even think, still to this day, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Johnny Depp's ever won an Oscar. And I don't even necessarily believe in that stuff altogether, whatever. But I mean, people should still get ignorant. I think that Edward Scissorhands is completely underrated for Johnny Depp. Like, Secret Window is good, but Johnny Depp also in, what was that movie? Benny and June. Yeah, same, Yvonne. I grew up on Johnny Depp. I mean, 21 Jump Street, Nightmare on Elm Street, like you name it. Like I've been and come on, who really pooped in that bed? Okay, just kidding, just kidding, guys. Oh man, Win Dixie, the movie. Yeah, seriously. Anybody watch that? Heard versus Depp or whatever on Netflix. It was rough. Yeah, R.I.P. Win Dixies across the U.S. What are they closing? Or is that just another? Yeah, I didn't watch the whole trial, but I thought it was crazy that they had the court case in Virginia. Like, I never understood that part. Wow. Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one, scared the shit out of me. I mean, they like Freddy scares the shit out of me, you know. And I loved Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, not Nightmare on Elm Street. I loved damn it, why can't I think Friday the 13th? the the scene in that stupid Freddy versus Jason movie where Jason, what was that one? It wasn't it that one chick from Destiny's Child that he like freaking like threw her into the tree or something? Oh my god, it was so funny. Yeah, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. I can't even sing it, Julie Bug, because it freaks me out. It's like I used to. That shit is scary as hell. Like psychological shit like that. Like not being able to go to sleep because the damn dude's gonna show up in your dreams. Ugh. Wait, what's happening? Did you know that SG's husband MF scrubbed Depp's social media accounts? Really? Is he like an attorney or like a whatever you call him? Like what do they call those guys? The fixers? Is that what he is? This is crazy. His attorneys before the trial hired his company to clean up. Damn. Hey, well, I hope that he apparently didn't fix something enough when they came for his wife's mama. Damn. What are you talking about? Oh my god, Children of the Corn. Oh my god. Okay, Hand That Rocks the Cradle with Rebecca De Mornay. Good movie. Great movie. Children of the Corn is definitely one of those movies that I cannot watch more than, I think I've seen it twice. And it's, stuff with kids in it freaks me out. Plus, anybody named Malachi freaks me out a little bit too. Sorry. If there's anybody that's got a relative named Malachi, I don't know, it just freaks me out. What'd you say? When did he do that? And why? Oh my goodness. Bill Clinton, but not Deb. He did clean the season. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Children of the Corn scared me to no end too because I've lived around cornfields. And, you know, This shit freaks you out. I think was that a Stephen King movie or novel, or am I just, you know, I've read one Stephen King book in my lifetime, and it was Cujo. Of all of his books, I read Cujo. Maybe he would not scrub the president, and that's why Revenge. Hey, I don't know. You know, I think we're all going to be sleeping on it whenever anything comes out. Oh, I'm back. Sorry, man. Inspired Michelle. There was something. Damn it! There was a movie that I brought up earlier, and Michelle, do you remember there was a movie? I think it was maybe when I brought up. I was saying earlier that people were talking about what movies would you not watch, right? And I said Requiem for a Dream is a movie that I'll never watch ever again. I've seen it one time and that's it. And Good Morning Vietnam is a great movie. And I pretty much love almost everything that Robin Williams does. So also Good Morning Vietnam was based on a true story too. Take mine out for a potty break too. Feed the parrots. Oh, you got parrots? You loved that one? Requiem for a Dream? Oh my god, no. I can't. I can't. Oh, oh my god. I can watch Spun, but I can't watch. Yeah, Robin Williams did. Well, it's because you like Jared Leto. So, I mean, if that's the case, why don't we just talk about My So-Called Life? Jordan Catalano. That's my favorite Jared Leto. You brought up Mannequin earlier with the same guy from Weekend at Bernie's, Andrew McCarthy or McCartney or whatever his last name is. I was in culty thing like that. We used to say juice, juice, juice. Oh my god. Yeah. Jordan Catalano. Oh my god. Okay. How about there's a movie that people are starting to drop off, so I'm not gonna. I think I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to the 6 out. I'm gonna do it. So if you guys hang or not, I'm still gonna go there. I do have an African Gray and a Bam Bam. AG is 23 and Jenna. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, I'm trying to think of like a movie that maybe not too many of you have seen, but it's like from the 80s and it's kind of a cult classic. It's called The Monster Squad. Has anybody ever seen that? Oh man. Yeah, Monster Squad. No, 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 no. The Fred Savage movie you're talking about is not Monster Squad. That's Little Monsters. Okay, Analyze Doug. or analyze that, Doug. When you say crash, which crash are you talking about? Because I know there's two crash movies. And I want to know which one you're talking about. Monsters Inc. is great. I could listen to that little girl screaming all day long. It's great. Is that your hint to me? Because you know what crash I'm talking about? Okay. As in the one with James Spader? That's a weird ass movie, man. Most people, when you say crash, they're thinking of the other movie with it came out, like I think in the mid 2000s or something like that. That was, I forgot who was in it. Uh, Crash is a weird movie, man. It's like literally people getting into car accidents and having actual intercourse, whatever you want to call it, in the middle of like the car being all crushed up, like, hey, we just rolled the car and flipped and crashed into something. Let's make out. It's weird. Lost Boys. Yeah. Kiefer Sutherland. Stand By Me. Yeah. Another one. Some of these I'm surprised that we didn't think of them earlier because, like, there's a movie that I always think of when I think of Stand By Me too that I can't think of what I'm trying to think of. Hey, Girl Interrupted's a good movie too. You know, haven't seen it in a while, but it's a good movie. Kind of new to Tubes of You, so not sure what Discord is. Psh, Nanette, don't worry about it. It was completely brand new to Discord. And it's really not that hard to set up, but you should do it because it's it's more like it's not like Facebook or anything like that. It's just like a way for us all to stay in touch too. Like you can find out who's going on YouTube or who's doing what. It's a good way to kind of post things and keep in touch with each other. Reddit works too, but Hackers, yeah, Hackers is great. Interview with a Vampire. Mm, yeah. Trying to think. It's hard. I can't figure it out. It's not hard. It's not hard. You just have to let truth guide you through it. Like trust me, I thought it'd be hard too, but you just get your people that you want to keep in touch with, and that's that. You don't have to worry about. Yeah, it's really not. It's just a couple of clicks here and there, and that's pretty much it. I mean, it's not stupid. HDMI cable is restricting me. Um, yeah, click around, you'll figure it out. It's like I read that as like fuck around and you'll figure it out. Instead of click around, you'll figure it out. Oh my god, this is crazy. I wonder. Hey, that works too. Yeah, what it does. Yeah, end up on a whole other topic. I mean, this is this is crazy. I have to do one thing. 3 Men and a Little Baby. You weren't here for that one. You're inspired. You missed it. You brought that up. We talked about the. We talked about the. What do you call it? The urban legend. Of the. Oh God. The ghost or whatever standing in the curtain in the back window. You know. I guess I have to turn my TV back on because nobody can see me. It's so funny how my glasses on here, they look at my eyes, y'all. I used to do that to little kids, like a friend of mine that has like a baby or something, and they're crying. They start crying. I do that, and the baby goes. Remember on the Little Mermaid cover? You saw my belly button, really? Dang, well, that sucks. You weren't supposed to. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's very private. It's very private. You only connect with the people you want to connect with. You don't have to share any personal information at all. Yeah, what else? What am I doing? Oh, you're responding to him. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I know. I remember that too. I remember when I first started kind of following people on YouTube that a lot of YouTubers were using it. Um, and and then there's some people that I'd kind of followed on Twitch too. Identity, is that the one with John Cusack or something like that? They're at like some motel. Yeah, Goodfellas. Where were you? See, you should have. Whenever you left, that's when we should have been talking about this. Identity was based on Billy Milligan. High Fidelity, John Cusack. Yeah. Oh, really? You met her on Discord? Damn. Which is crazy because I don't even know what a. Personally, I don't know what the frick wasn't she like 13 or some shit when he met her? Maybe even younger. I don't know what anybody that age would be doing. Like, not that Discord's inappropriate or anything like that, but they're just what? Okay, she was 11. What the frick is she doing? Wait, any 11-year-old navigating through Discord is kind of weird in my opinion because it's just weird. It's not like anything for. I mean, yeah, Roblox, man. Don't get me started on that. Any of you parents in here that got your kids messing around with Roblox, like, that's your thing, whatever. But my little godson that I babysit every once in a while, I have to like take it away from him, because he's not even supposed to be messing around in there sometimes, and people, yeah, yeah, exactly. Every app can be used in the wrong way. streaming Twitch, Discord. They're streaming on YouTube other than Mr. Beast. The richest YouTubers are under. Yeah. I still don't even know how Mr. Beast got to be, as big. Is it? I don't know if anybody in here has ever heard of a YouTuber named Ice Poseidon. I was like watching that guy like when he first got big on YouTube, and at some point in time, I don't think he really streams all that much anymore. In truth, um, he used to do a lot of stuff with a lot of these other IRL streamers and stuff, and at one point, I'm not even kidding, he was making like $500 an hour, like literally ridiculous amount of money he was making. He used to like turn his webcam on and go lay down and go to bed and leave his webcam, he'd leave his stream up until, you had to, because I think it's like what, 12 hours, I think, is the longest you can stream before you have to start restreaming again. And he would do sleep streams, and people would just keep donating to his chat and super chatting, like all night long. He'd wake up and have like 1,500, 3,000, whatever. It's just insane. Exactly. I would do the same thing. If I was actually making money off of YouTube, I would want to be moving around. You know what I mean? I'd be like, hey guys, I'm gonna go to the store. Wanna, when I just get me one of those point of view cameras, just hang it around my neck and just go do my thing. Yeah, IP2. Casey, you know about IP2. See? Uh-huh. Somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about when I'm that's crazy. It was like people like Chicken Andy and yeah, RV7, only use me Blade, CX in the chat. Like I know all those people, or I don't know them, but I used to watch them because my ex-boyfriend was really into, just I don't know. It's crazy. Some of them are still on. I think I feel like I saw some clip the other day of like Chicken Andy and somebody else like on an RV. And some of it, it's kind of funny and all that stuff. And then after a while, it just kind of gets to be like, just, you're just basically watching other people, just kind of, a lot of it's kind of toxic, like not bad, like, but just, like just people being stupid, basically, you know, intentionally making money. Hey, pay me. What do you want me to? Do you want me to run into this wall, or do you want me? It's almost like Jackass in a way, but not as much production like you would see watching Jackass, I guess. That's one way to put it. And they used to, at some point in time, those guys like Ice Poseidon and a couple of the other ones, they ended up going, on these trips. Like they went over to Japan and they spent like I don't know how many days over there. Some of that was cool, you know. But I'm not into wanting to do that. I just feel like I would like to document certain things I do, and if people want to watch it, cool. If not, it's not that big of a deal. Yvonne, oh no, that's terrible. Oh yeah. What are we talking about? What you mean? Okay, I will. What? Oh yeah, yeah. You are so right. Hold on a second, Truth. I'm sorry. I'm looking at something. You know what's been bothering me lately is that something's going on with. I'm assuming it's Discord. That when I hear the bloop noise, I've been hearing that lately, and then I go to open and look, and I don't see anything, and then sometimes I do. Oh yeah, is I don't Casey. I don't know who Trisha is. Is that Blades like girl or something or no? She's Casey's talking about a whole other kind of YouTube community that we were just chitty chatting about for a second. Um, and innocent until truth. It sort of gets annoying when who's calling? What? What? Oh yeah, I agree with you. Anything, yeah, I agree. If there's anybody that disagrees with somebody, yeah, that I don't want that happening. Like anybody's disagrees with somebody, so what? Disagree, you know? Yeah, whatever and whatever opinions you have on and stuff, like it's totally fine with me. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. And everybody's got their own opinions. I don't know much about that case, to be honest with you, innocent. Um, but I know some people and other channels talk about it. Um, you know, and no judgment on my part. We're all just in here hanging out and stuff. It started. It's kind of like today was my first real day on my own, I guess, in a way, streaming live. Even though I got some people in here hanging out and helping me keep it going, and I am. I leave for a second, and what happened? Julie, where you been? We were talking about trolls in the chat. No, uh, we were just talking about how if somebody disagrees with somebody, then they automatically get called a troll. And I said, I don't think not in this chat. Somebody disagrees with somebody, it's just a disagreement. That's how I look at it. Now, if you start like you know attacking each other and getting all whatever, then that's go fight amongst yourselves, I guess. It would be so cool if I could design things in my own way. I would have like a almost kind of like in hockey when they fight on the ice and then they have to go to the box where they have to sit in timeout. I wouldn't even want my mods to like time you out. I would want them to give you a little box that you could go argue amongst yourselves. with whoever it is you're arguing with. Go argue in that box. And then when you get done arguing, then you can come back. You know what I mean? Like that would be great. Have it like that. Yeah. I'm hearing them noises again. That's what I'm saying. There's got to be something that I'm doing wrong because I keep hearing that bloop. I can't figure out where it's coming from. Unless maybe. I don't know what that is. Channel content, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. People are joining tour. Oh, my Discord? Oh, that's what it is. Gotcha. I hate it. Hate. I used to laugh for summers. Yvonne. People are joining. I believe she was abducted. Can you explain a little on why you think they're innocent? See it differently, but I'd like to hear your side of things respectfully. I believe she was abducted. Yeah, Nanette, I appreciate you. I'm gonna be signing off here soon too myself. I really appreciate you hanging. I'm sure it's been a long day for you too. I don't know what time zone you're in, but seriously appreciate you. Um, I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here for a second. I was trying to read what you guys were saying. And good night name? What? Whose name? Oh, Nanette. God, Julie. How much Red Bull have you had? You're typing. It made me think it was like a generic goodbye. Good night name. Okay, I thought you were talking about some YouTuber that came up missing. No. Okay, gotcha, San Diego. I haven't had any yet. I'm too lazy to write. My parents went through pure torture. Uh, I mean, yeah, I don't know too much about it, innocent. I'm sorry. I hope that, yeah, just like every case, I hope that justice is, somehow prevails. Guthrie's will take the cake at the end of the day. Court of public opinion is wild, for sure. Hi, Amanda. What made you want to subscribe? It's sad because it'll probably be going off here soon. Amanda, I've been streaming for some reason for 6 hours. That case makes your head hurt. What head? I mean, sorry, Julie. What case? The Wells, the Summer Wells case, or the Nancy, Guthrie case? A fake CPS report. Yeah, I think I might know who you could be referring to, innocent. Fortunately. Oh, yeah, Julie. It makes my head hurt too. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly who you're talking about, innocent. You don't need to tell me, but I know what you're talking about as far as like there's some creators that I've seen out there myself that they're kind of like on the slightly nasty side, if that means, you know, kind of say some kind of, loud, abrasive things. Don't really have facts to back them up. I don't me that's why, like, I don't necessarily think this channel will get so much into that stuff, but I'm totally down with letting people come here and and get things off their chest and talk about things. And I feel ignorant because I don't know as much about the case, but I'm gonna I'm gonna try to educate myself a little bit. I mean, some of this stuff I'm gonna be talking about soon. I'm planning on doing a show with me and Justine from Pretty Little Clues have been talking about this for a while, actually. I mean, she's the one that reached out to me about it, which I thought was crazy because I just happened to be talking about. Really, I'm buffering. I'm not buffering. Am I buffering? Maybe you're buffering, Julie. Okay. Anyway, um, I mean, I could be. I don't know, but um, she reached out to me about us doing uh, a stream together, a live stream about um, Kurt Cobain. You know, yeah, it's probably your end. Just kidding. Um, because I mean, I don't know. I've got my own opinions, and also, I mean, there's stuff, there's there's stuff out there, and facts and things that we want to talk about, and whatever, people can watch it or they don't have to. I have been a fan of pretty much a lot of music since I've, like 3 years old. I mean, and there's a lot of different artists I like and musicians and bands and all this stuff, but it's one of those cases that I just don't, even if it wasn't her hand. Hey, Doug, honestly, I would love for you to be a part of that stream, participate in some way, shape, or form, even if you're just like hanging out in the chat that day. Because I was even talking to Nikki about it. Nikki's planning on participating with us as well. And what's funny is Ash, Copeland, he doesn't really know anything about the case, so he's kind of looking forward to us talking about it as well. So yeah, it's me and Truth are in the same time zone, so I have got to tell you, 6:46. Oh my goodness! You know what's so ridiculous about it is I'm looking at the time of how long I've been on. I didn't realize, like, okay, it's 6:14. So, dang. No, it's 6:47. Holy crap. Oh my god. So, do you think that for my first, I don't know, did I break a record or something? My first real, you know, meat and potatoes stream has gone on now for 6 hours and 15 minutes. It all started when two of my fellow chat member friends were asking me if I was going to go live, and I said I'll try, but I didn't. I wanted to get the StreamYard going so that we could have, people come and just talk and hang. And I think for the most part, I appreciate everybody that's hung around all this time. Go for the full 12 hours. I'll stay. No need to sleep. Oh my God. That I would, dude, Doug, I would if I could. But to be dead honest with you, man, I've been sitting in, first timer. You're not a virgin anymore. Yeah. I've been sitting in this chair for so long that even though I got up a couple times earlier, my like hips, my legs, my muscles and everything, like I'm like stretching so bad. I mean, I'm trying to think like I don't even remember when I went to sleep and when I woke up at this point, you know? Cuz like what, it's Monday now. So I'm pretty sure that I was up on Saturday. I worked 9 to 5. Then I stayed up all night after work into like, I think it was like 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, knowing I had to go to work and I couldn't go to work. So I called out at 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Then I stayed online like a dummy. Then I think I went to sleep around, I don't even know, like 10 o'clock in the morning or some crap. Then I woke up again and then I've been up since. You're not that old. Who's not that old? My best friend lives in Tennessee. Yeah. What? See, that's what I want to ask you, Julie. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, what if you got sick? Or like right now, like, what if you're like, man, I've been modding and stuck on YouTube for a million hours. Like, what do you do? Are you able to just call like the charge nurse or whatever their name is, or whoever? I'm trying to talk like I know lingo. And I don't know if I've asked you this before in like previous chats or whatever, but have you ever watched that show The Pit? Yvonne, if I had a teaspoon of honey right now, I would. Trust me. I gotta I gotta pull a Felicia and ask my neighbor or something. No, but seriously, Julie, Bug, have you seen Pit? The Pit, the show The Pit. The Pit, PITT. It's a medical drama. The Pit, yeah. Noah Wiley, yes. Dr. Carter, but not the Dr. Carter from ER. Beating me to it. I really wish that is it like a different language? Is that what that is? Okay, you've seen it. Do you like it? Like, what do you think of it? Because I asked like a nurse that works at Mass General. I don't know what you guys are talking about right now. She was 13. Oh, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. So, okay, cool. Cause yeah, I talked to like this nurse that works at out of Mass General up in obviously Massachusetts, and she told me that she felt like it was one of the most more realistic depictions. Um, you know, definitely not. No offense to anybody that's into it, but it's not like Grey's Anatomy. As a matter of fact, they even say something in the show because they're bringing. I think there's like a scene where they're walking around and they're showing the some of the newbies like something, and then one of the new interns or whatever makes a comment about, oh, where's the room where the on-call sleeps or something like that, and the girl turns around and looks at him and she's like, you watch a lot of Grey's Anatomy, don't you? I was like, yeah, it was perfect. I mean, I didn't even watch Grey's Anatomy forever. Never seen the damn show ever. And then when it came on, like I think like Netflix or something, it was either Netflix or Hulu, one of the two when they first, because it's on both. But when it first came up like that to where you could actually binge it, I did binge it, and I will say that the first two seasons of Grey's Anatomy are the best. The rest of it is just recycled over and over again. Just everybody sleeps with everybody, and it's just like, what the frick is this? And it just becomes so predictable. It's almost like watching Law and Order, you know, medical, but medical drama. There's going to be three people that are going to be, in each episode. There's three different cases going on in the hospital, and there's always going to be at least one person dying. You have desire to bark at the world. See me, listen to me. So to rectify this, tell yourself this affirmation: I am noticed, I am appreciated. In the most positive ways, I am loved. All right. Is that like making it? Hey, same. I love Grey's Anatomy too, but after I binged it the way I did, I've just gotten so privy now to, okay, I can pretty much figure out who's gonna die or pass away, whatever you want to call it, in each episode. What you talking about? Okay. Yes, that is the manifest of your cough. That's why you won't kick it. There's always something going on. Yeah, this is true. You know, oh yeah, they do. They do play the same song. What are all those names? Doug? Are those people missing? Okay. Damn. Oh, you can add Jennifer Kessie. That's another one from Orlando. She's been missing since I think like 2004, maybe 2006. I don't know. She's an adult actually. She was like 20 something when she went missing. And she's never been found. Okay, I will, because I already am planning on when I get off the stream, I'm going to go back and read a bunch of the comments anyway. Yeah, we did. Rooster brought up Fast Times. Hey, Josie. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate you. I'm sorry you're coming in a little late, though, because I will be ending soon. Um, shouldn't have done that. She should be out looking for her mother. What you mean? Yvonne, what you mean? Go back and read the chat, especially when you were talking about your mom. Oh, I will. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about... Okay, hold on a second. I just want to ask this question. Yvonne, are you talking about the money that Savannah donated to the missing and exploited children or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I will say that I don't know how I feel about that because I've heard some other angles, and some people bring up um, there's some people that have tried to speculate, or not tried to, but have speculated and are throwing around theories and stuff that somehow there could be some kind of indirect involvement with whatever his name is. I don't want to say it because I don't want to get a strike, but we all know who I'm talking about. Every Einstein, whatever you want to call him, JE, that the timing of when she donated that money could have also been kind of her thumbing her nose at them. But I don't know. I personally, I feel like it was maybe a PR move on her part. I don't know. No, he's here. It's probably like laying down, though, I would imagine. How will you get struck? What do you mean? I don't know. Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else? I can't tell. Two Josies back to back. Oh, goodness. Oh, we got another Josie. We got two Josies. Oh, wow. Hi. This is crazy. Yeah. I mean, Doug, there's a very long list for sure. Yeah, look out, man. You guys are back to back. Is it the same person? Make sure you're all hitting that thumbs up for me. Oh, yeah, thanks. Truth, I appreciate you. Maybe it was Bigfoot. Yeah. Yvonne, I wouldn't even be surprised. At this point, I'm not surprised about anything anymore. Although it took them how many years to come out and tell us that this was the Bigfoot? I mean, Bigfoot. You know what I mean? Loch Ness Monster. Yeah. I don't know. Guys, it is now officially the 6.5 hour mark. I am going to say that my back is screaming. It's like tense as hell. And I really appreciate everybody being in here with the 6.5 hours I've been on. Thank you to Doug. Thank you to Truth. Thank you, Mr. Rooster. Thank you, Julie Bug, if you're still around. I know you're exhausted and you have to go to work. You're probably trying to figure out how you're going to call out. Don't do it, Alf. Inspired. Michelle, where were you earlier? We need to have a pop culture stream for sure. And me and you just need to tag team it on a panel together for real. We could have a Jeopardy night, you know what I mean? Like, why not? Come up with questions and answers and all that. Do a Trivial Pursuit. Doug, analyze Doug. Love you for being in here too. Uh, like I said, Yvonne, the two Josies, thank you guys for coming in. I know it's last minute. I'm, closing things down now, but I just want to say thank you. Who else am I missing? There's other people that were in here tonight, and I really appreciate them too. Like Jim was in here earlier, and Nanette was in here. That's crazy. I can't. Obviously, there's more people that are actually in my chat right now that are watching, but I appreciate everybody. I'm sorry I'm running out of steam now. I was running out of steam like probably hours ago, but we kept it going. Casey, thank you for you being here too. Um, if there's anybody else I'm not mentioning, Amanda, I don't know what happened to you. I guess you got deleted. What that was about. I guess we'll figure that out later. Um, but yeah, like seriously, thank you everybody that's been in here tonight. For real. Inspired Michelle, you're awesome. Truth, thank you. I really appreciate your help tonight. Julie Bug, I hope you have a good day at work, lady. I hope you find somebody to pick up your shift at the last minute. That would be amazing. I will. Don't you worry about it. I will definitely keep in touch. You and Inner Truth are the only people off YouTube that I have their actual phone numbers. So, um, but seriously, thank you so much, everybody, and thank you, Casey, too. Yeah, I will definitely be working on some behind the scenes stuff here. Good night, Julie, or good morning. Like I said, please take care and don't over. I seriously, if you want me to call the hospital and pretend like I'm you, I could. So they'll think you need to stay home. I'll be like, "Hey, it's Julie. I'm not coming in today." I mean, come on, that could pass, right? Anyway, thank you, everybody. Mr. Rooster, love you, man. I'm gonna definitely try to lay my eyes down, and freaking sun is up now. truth. Definitely. I will send you a message in the Discord so you get my number or whatever too. And yes, anybody else, if you want to know when I'll be on live next, I guess, hit the notification thingies or whatever you got to do, subscribe, or I don't know. That way you'll know. And I will try to make sure that the next time will be eventful and I'll be having people come up on the panel. All right. This app will be ready tomorrow. Okay. Good night, everybody. Or good morning, should I say. And call your loved ones. That's all I got to say.